Hello? Yo? Hello? Not bad, how are you? Okay. Okay. Check. 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 How you been, man? What you gonna do? Is the game is the game too loud? Oh, perfect. I'm playing the original beta for Resident Evil, the first one. Yeah, it's so yeah, now I could stream straight from the Vita. Like this that'd be yeah, that'd be pretty cool. That's what's up. I gotta wait until like 4 o'clock so I can give somebody some money. But yeah, then it'll be cool. All right. And then I could yeah, with this studio, I'll be able to broadcast pretty much like I won't be limited to my PS5 library. I will have like just about every fucking conceivable game known to man. I got bit in the fucking neck. Right. I'll be sure to like have the game already loaded before I stream so people don't see the content I'm going through. Yeah. And it's just like sloppy editing. Like it should look a little cleaner than that.
Back to this conversation.
I'm playing a game.
Hello. How's it going, everybody? How's it going, old man? How's it going, Glenn? We got lots to do today. And my friend Strife is here again to hang out in the stream. So we got that going for us. But what I would definitely do, Tyler, is we'll set it up and we'll set you up with some nice overlays that say like your stream information, like how many followers you have, how you're doing, and then we'll make it look a little more aesthetically pleasing, and then we'll figure out how to get the resolution to the size you want for your, so we can see your game at a bigger size than that tiny size we saw.
Yeah, what the hell was that? But I was able to with the OBS studios connected to the Twitch, I could see the chat box immediately.
That's sick. You're gonna go even lower down? Or you're gonna go? I was told that you can't go low enough, that, old man, that if you try to dig, Glenn, dig down, that you could dig down like essentially forever and you'll never reach the bottom, or it feels like you'll never reach the bottom. I've just been I built a road out to here, and then I want to just dig into this hillside and see what resources are here. And I'm using them either to build out my one road or to dump. And see what we get out of it, money-wise. I know it's massive. One of the other streamers, I don't remember exactly who, but one of the other Auto War streamers said they dug straight down on stream just to see. And they said they ended up getting so far down that they were essentially stuck, and they still didn't feel like they were at the bottom yet. Somehow you gotta get one of those drillers on its side, and you just gotta tunnel straight down. Get one of those tunnelers on its side. I think it's really cool though, Tyler, that you got the... that you were able to stream from the Vita thanks to all that homebrew.
Yeah, that's wild.
It opens up so many games.
I only need to download like 2 plugins, really, like.
Cause you know how many, why did I come all the way up here? What am I doing? You know how many, Vita games there are that people just don't know about that would be great for stream content?
I mean, point in case, The Binding of Isaac.
Yeah, that's a sick game that you could stream.
Big time, like, it would never get old. And every game is new, you know what I'm saying? It's like a really good game for streaming.
Or like, even some of a lot of the Vita exclusives, like, people just forget about them. Like Gravity Rush is a really good game that no one ever talks about, and it'd be cool to see someone live streaming that.
I actually have a hard copy of that game.
That's cool.
The Vita. Yeah, I never played it myself, but it looks really cool.
I remember watching someone play a little bit of it when it was brand new.
What?
And it like blew our minds back then, as the Vita did, because the Vita was just so far ahead of Nintendo in graphics.
It's still holding up, bro. Look at me go. You know what I mean?
Well, soon PlayStation's probably going to step away from doing a home console, and they'll probably end up doing something like the Switch. They'll try to do something that's probably like a dock with a wireless or like a portable game console that you take with you, like the Steam Deck, and you'll just dock it to your TV. That's the future of home consoles.
Yeah.
And I think that Microsoft is probably going to step away from hardware altogether. They're just going to put their Game Pass on computers and whatever other hardware they can.
Yeah, it's becoming kind of like pointless at this point.
Yeah, like Microsoft did okay in the Xbox One generation, but they didn't blow anyone away. And then this generation, they just haven't sold the numbers they were hoping to.
Yeah, they gotta follow that, you know?
And actually, Microsoft has only had one really successful console generation. Like, the original Xbox, for launching a console and getting their name out there, it did really well. But it cost them a lot to make the system, and they were selling them for a loss, so they never really made any money. And then the Xbox 360 was their most successful console, and it sold really well, and it would have put them in a really good place. But they had the Red Ring of Death, so they ended up losing a lot of money doing all that. Dealing with all that. Alrighty, Glenn. I hope you have a good stream.
Let's go.
But it just shows you that having an audience and making decent product isn't enough. It's got to be inspired too, and I don't think Microsoft ever figured out how to make an inspired console.
Right.
It always just felt like the corporate console.
Yeah, yeah. And it also just like I never understood like if you could play video games on a computer. If, oh shit.
I mean, that's kind of the only reason I own the Xbox One, but that only means so much. People are like, why would you get an Xbox when you could just have a computer? Or why would you get an Xbox when you already have a computer? And in my mind, I was always like, well, I do have the computer, but now if I want to play some of my computer games on my TV, I can just do that without having to move a whole bunch of shit or have a whole computer.
Oh, okay, so it's okay.
I always liked that about the Xbox One when Game Pass came out, how you could own a game on one and then you would also own it on your computer, or you would own it on your computer and also own it on your Xbox. But that only means so much, and to a lot of people that doesn't mean anything. A lot of people, they don't have multiple devices that they want to play their games on. Like, a lot of people just have one television or one computer.
Yeah, I try to keep it like, you know, smooth, I guess.
What?
Like I try to like not have too much going on.
A lot of people think that it's doom and gloom for PlayStation the same way it was for Xbox. And while this is their worst generation, I don't think that they're going away the way people think that they're going to give up. And I don't think that's the case.
No, I think just gaming is moving in a really strange direction right now.
I think that they're going to try to emulate the Switch in some way, or like the Steam Deck. And their goal now was, we got to get something out to hold people over because this PlayStation 5 ain't working. So they made the Portal as like their version of the Wii U, where they weren't ready to have a fully portable console. They were caught with their dick in their hand, and they don't know what to do.
I would have fucked with it.
But so they came out with the Portal as a stopgap to keep people engaged and let them know, hey, we are doing this, we just can't do it yet. So if you're willing to wait, we're gonna have a really cool portable system in like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, like a hype. Yeah,
it's like spend a little resources now to make something that's kind of pricey, that's kind of like useless for a lot of people, and then use that as hype to say, well, we might actually do something with this in the future. And I think they'll either go that direction, building like a Switch style portable console, or they'll try to build something that's like the Apple Vision Pro, or like the Sony PlayStation had the VR. They'll make a console that's just fully AR. I could see them trying to do that too. Someone's gonna do that.
it's only a matter of time.
Because if Facebook and Microsoft, if Facebook can make an AR headset that's only $400, that's very usable for a lot of people to do a lot of like virtual reality stuff in real life, why couldn't Sony make something like that and make it their new console? Make like a $500 piece of tech and then release games for it, and have it be in AR rather than in VR.
I think what I hate most about the VR 2 is that it still has a damn cable. It's like I can't move freely if I feel like.
Well, do you like what they did with the Apple Vision Pro, where it has a cable to the battery, but you put the battery in your pocket rather than being plugged in somewheres?
Yeah, that's genius. That's how you fucking go. That's how you do shit.
I think the Meta Quest 3 does something similar. Like, it has a cable to a battery you put somewheres.
Yeah, I've played the Meta Quest.
How did you like it, being in AR, being able to see real life kinda while you're playing games and such?
No, I was playing like Beat Saber, you know.
Yeah.
Something slight.
But do you use the older MetaQuest that was just VR, or did you use the one now that's an AR experience where you can see the real world while you're using it?
I have a feeling it wasn't called the Meta Quest.
But it was Facebook?
It was a VR set, but it was wireless.
Well, there's lots of those, dude.
I know, but it was like, I don't know, perhaps maybe the first of its kind.
You mean like the Oculus?
Yes.
But the Oculus isn't wireless.
No. Okay, it was definitely wireless. I remember, and you didn't even need a computer to like set it up to. It's just like plug and go.
My missus has a TV, I have a PC and an Xbox. That's fair, Glenn. I just like... I don't want to have a TV in every room the way that Martel does. But I think it'd be
Yeah.
really cool to have a few more places where I can do things. Like I said, I'd love to own one CRT, but I don't need a screen in every room. I don't need a TV in my bathroom.
Yeah, that's just Mark's stick.
It's cool and it works for him, but if I did it, it wouldn't be cool because he's already done it. And then it's also like he's passionate about broadcasting in a way that I'm not.
Right.
In that way. Like, I definitely like broadcasting to Twitch, but I have no interest in broadcasting to my whole house. Like, could you imagine if I put this on in my house in every room and forced Tawny to watch it every time I streamed?
Look at it.
I don't think she would be very happy with me if I put it on in a bunch of rooms.
Yeah.
What I would love to do is, like I said, maybe put it on in a different room somehow, and then just have it be there as a way for, like, someone who's just in the apartment just to check in once in a while and notice, hey, something's wrong with the stream, and they were able to tell me, hey, your sound's off or something.
All right. Making progress. I was gonna get into your stream, but I left my controller upstairs. I would have to use my PlayStation to watch your stream.
How is the Twitch app on the PlayStation?
That's what I've been using this whole time.
Is it good?
I think I would need a keyboard to access the chat. Otherwise, I guess it would just get really sticky.
Mark doesn't have a keyboard that he doesn't use that you could just borrow?
I think I have one.
Ah. Because I don't know if the PlayStation does, but like the Xbox has keyboard and mouse support built in for a lot of that stuff, and you can use it on like YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah. I could easily.
Or even in some of the games. Like Fortnite supports it.
Yeah, I can easily plug a keyboard into this baby.
The only thing about Twitch, what I asked was because Twitch on the Xbox is really slow. Like, no matter what you do, it runs really slow. So you'll click on a stream and it'll take like 15 seconds before you're in the stream. Like, the UI is just really slow. Like, it's not optimized.
Gotcha.
But I'm on the Xbox One. It could be like on the Xbox Series console that's a completely different experience. I couldn't justify buying that right now. If I could buy an Xbox Series X, I would be looking at myself like, why aren't you building a new PC, or why aren't you buying this or that for your stream?
Right.
Plus, like you said, I already have a PC. Why do I need another PC?
Exactly.
Other than the fact that...
Yeah. Like, I only have one console, the PlayStation, but then I gotta get my Nintendo game, so I have to get a Switch.
I mean, realistically, do you have to have your Nintendo games?
Yes. How am I? What? I'm just not gonna play Metroid Dread? Are you kidding me right now?
Ooh, old Glenn is lurking. He is zooming so hard, he lost track of what zone they're in.
Bars.
We will be here when they decide to settle. Alright, I'm running low on fuel. We gotta keep that in mind.
Almost died, that's what. They almost made me eat it. Oh man, guess I really screwed up after all.
Let's see something. We have a new question of the day today. Tyler, we're gonna talk about this a little too, the two of us. Even if chat isn't there just yet, they could come in at any time, and if they do, we'll chat with them. But the question of today's day of all days is: have you considered your existence? The best way to put it would be like, have you, like, it's just like in a vague way, how do you explain, how do you think, what do you think when you hear, have you considered your existence? What do you think of your existence? What do you think of the word existence?
You want me to answer that first?
Sure.
I'll do it. I mean, I think you asked the most peculiar person that question.
Why is that?
Because I probably have, I don't know how popular, like, my opinion is on this, or if, like,
I mean,
I'm
as
just
long as it
losing.
doesn't get too wild and I don't have to cancel you over it.
No, that would be strange. That would be strange if you had to cancel me over an answer to that question.
I would hope not.
I couldn't think of any personally, but I would have to say. So I'm one of those guys who thinks that this is a simulation.
So you're not worried about your existence because you know you're just gonna wake up someday and be fine.
Well, I don't know if I'm as real as Chris Redfield.
Whose simulation do you think you're in? Do you think you're in your own simulation, or you think you're in someone else's simulation?
Well, it's a lot like. Oh, fuck. Okay. It's a lot like online gaming. Yes, I have my own console. Yes, I control my character, but we're playing an MMO over here.
So are you the main character, or are you just some side character?
It depends on. Hang on a second. I'm also trying to figure out a map in this game.
All right, figure her away, dude.
We're out of here. They're out of here.
Cause like, go
okay,
ahead.
where what?
We were talking about your beliefs and your existence and how you believe that you may or may not be the main character of your simulation, of some simulation.
What the fuck? Game is jank, bro. Pissing me off. Hopefully I won't have as many mistakes when I stream it.
See, that simulation thing is peculiar to me cause like I've done a lot of listening to lectures from like Buddhist monks and people who studied Buddhism, and like that whole thing is about how the here and now is the most important. Like the idea that you are your own god because it's all within your own head.
It's ironic that you say that because I also follow Buddhist teachings, and that's where I get it from. That's where I get that whole simulation theory, because when I'm meditating and I feel these intrusive thoughts happening, or just seem to notice that I'm losing focus, I become attentive to that, and I become aware of that, and I bow to that, like in a way, like I humble myself to the idea, and not let myself get annoyed by it, because you have to
It's
treat
out
it
of
like
your
a blessing.
control.
Say what?
Because a lot of the time it's out of your control. And like, what do they say? What the most common thing I've heard is something like, most people, they keep trying to arrive somewheres, like they have some place to be, like there's some place that they're meant to go, and then what happens is they keep trying to arrive somewhere. So it starts like a here kitty kitty. You just gotta finish kindergarten and then you can go on to first grade. You finish first grade and you can go on to second, and then third, and then eventually middle school and high school, and then from high school you'll go to college, and then maybe you'll get a job, and then you're chasing your retirement. Like it's always you're always chasing somewheres to go. But the thing that comes about it that's the most peculiar is that most people, sometime in their 40s, they realize that they've reached it, the place they were trying to reach, that somehow they reached it, and they're like, and then they look around and they're like, I was always here, I just didn't realize it.
Yep.
Like a sort of, you gotta learn how to be happy when you're riding in your car to work to go to a job you hate, because if you can't be happy at the job you hate, you're never gonna be happy. You gotta be able to be happy everywhere.
Right.
You gotta learn how to be happy with yourself and have external factors not affect your happiness.
Right.
I remember this guy a long time ago. Now, this video doesn't exist anymore, and this guy decided not to be a public figure anymore. But there used to be this content creator called Charles St. Michaels. Like in like 2009, 2010, 2011, he was like a YouTuber with a small following, maybe 5,000 subscribers. And he had this video that went viral that had like a couple 100,000 views that was big for him. And the whole premise of the video was, life doesn't get better, you do. And the whole idea is that life always sucks, it'll always suck. It's just how you learn to handle it that makes life better or worse.
Right.
Because like everyone feels like life sucks sometimes, and it's just how you perceive it. I'm sure that at times someone who is at the caliber of like Jeff Bezos sometimes feels like life sucks, because it's all perspective.
Right. I'm really following everything you're saying. Like, you're pretty much describing like how I personally live my life, because yeah, you have to live the moment, and yeah, we have shitty lives, but it's all how we handle it. Like right now, like you know what I've been through in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
But I still find a way to maintain my happiness.
Yeah, because if you can't be happy now, what makes you think you'd be happy when you have money or you're married?
Right. I'd still be playing video games. Like, you're not going to take that away from me.
Well, that's one thing they say. What they say. If you're trying to figure out what you should do with your life, you should think, if I had $1 million, or let's say you had enough money that you never had to worry about money again, and you could just do side quests like Snoop Dogg or whoever, what would you be doing with your time? And then that's what you should be trying to do as a career.
Oh, I see.
But that phrasing and that whole question, that whole thesis is flawed, because if everyone was able to do what they loved, there wouldn't be anyone to clean toilets, and we'd have a whole societal problem. Because how many people you think actually, there's got to be so few people that wake up and say, I want to be a janitor some way, like that's their dream. Now, I'm not saying that people like that don't exist, but they don't exist in the numbers that we need for society to function. Like, we just need a whole bunch of people who clock jobs that don't make them happy. It's just a part of the process.
So my philosophy is that whatever you're going through, for me personally, whatever I'm going through, because of these teachings, this isn't really happening, especially your emotions, because that's not who you are. It's just what you're feeling at the moment, and that's a passing feeling. Who you are is always remains. You also got to realize that your emotions and how you're perceiving yourself, how you're making yourself feel, is how you're perceiving yourself. Someone else is perceiving yourself very differently, and you might think you know how they perceive yourself, but you don't. There is no way for me to ever know
how my friend Chris feels about me truly. Like, I can get rough ideas, I can put it through my own lens, but realistically, I'll never really know how he perceives me because I've never lived in his shoes, I've never seen through his eyes or listened to his thoughts, and I never could.
Right. And that's not real.
No.
So, like, I was arguing with Mark yesterday. Not arguing, but we were just talking.
Like having a discourse. It's good to debate.
Yeah, yeah. He was saying, like, perspective is reality. And I'm like, no, he said perception is reality. I said, no, it's perspective.
Well, I mean, reality is probably like everyone's perception coming together to make reality, and then realistically, it doesn't matter what perspective is, because the important part about reality is just that you find a way to make it so that you feel like you're living your best life. Like, you don't want to go to bed miserable every day, or
if perspective is not necessary, then fuck.
It's like one of those things where it's like real important to get good at knowing your perspective, but it's not like required. Like, tons of people are blissfully unaware and they die okay with that. And some people, like, life is just statistics. So for some people to be happy, other people have to suffer. It's just how it goes. Because you can't make things perfect for everyone. Like, people get mad that our school systems fail us, but the school system's just designed to make as many people as possible succeed. And that means some people are gonna fall through the cracks. It's just the way it is.
Oh, fuck me.
Plus, it's like what we were talking about earlier when I told you, I've asked you if you've ever seen the movie Office Space, because in that movie he's posed with this question, the main character, and he's like, they ask him, well, what would you do with your life? And he was like, if I had enough money that I could do whatever I wanted, I would do absolutely nothing and I would not feel bad about it. And sometimes I really relate to that. Sometimes I wish that I could do absolutely nothing and just know that I would be financially okay to chill for a while and just smoke pot and hang out.
Yes.
Some people don't have, like, it's just, some people don't have or the desire or the skills or the mindset to find something they love and to take it so far that it brings them joy, and that's okay. So for me, it's making compromises. So I want free time to be able to sit down and do nothing and to be able to retire, but I can't. So the compromise I've made is working a job where at least I get exercise while I'm working, so I don't have to worry about going to the gym. And then the other compromise I've made is I found a job where you get off time because of the weather, so I'll have more time off, so it allows me more freedom. And then the third compromise I've made more recently was I decided to start streaming because I wanted a way to express myself creatively, and I knew that sitting around isn't like the healthiest. And then also the fact that in a way, if I want to someday be able to do nothing, I gotta grind for a while to get there, and my job alone isn't gonna get me to where I can retire at 40 and just do nothing for another 40, 50 years. So if I want to be able to do that, I gotta make some money on my own. I gotta figure a way to have control over my finances in a way where I don't now, because right now I work a really good job and I'm really secure in my finances, but my work is very much dependent on the people who have hired me and like my supervisor deciding when I work and telling me where I'm going and when I'm going. So it's never like in my control. And the idea is that this stream gives me a little control over that. And now I'm not expecting it to make me money, and I don't want it to make me money per se. But if it did, it would be nice because it would give me some financial stability in my life. But also, it's like, how do I word this? I'm also just kind of doing this because one of my biggest fears is that I'll forget stuff. Like dementia is something that terrifies me. Now it's genetic, and generally, if it doesn't run in your family, you shouldn't have to worry about it. But forgetting everything is something that scares me. So I wanted to start archiving every time I played games so that I could look back and have more memories. Because the thought of someday not being able to remember the good times I'm having now scares the shit out of me. So this was like a ploy for me to be able to create memories and be able to relive these memories someday, because someday I'm not going to be 30. Someday I'm going to be 40 or 50, and I've been looking back and thinking, man, when I was 20, I didn't know what I was going to be doing when I'm 30. But I wish that I had recorded more, taken more photos. I wish that I had more memories, more ways of me to relive my memories, because to me it almost sucks in a way that I can look back at when I'm 21 in my head and think about what I was doing, but there's so few photos and so few there's so few videos, or so I don't really know how I was feeling or what I was doing, you know? And that sucks. Like how I was showing you that YouTube channel about where that guy, he makes content with about all the home videos him and his father took.
Right.
And that like that's a very privileged thing to have. Like, honestly, like, he has a much more privileged life than most people, because most people can't look back at their past in that to that degree and really relive all those memories in that way. You know what I mean?
Hang on a second. I gotta pay attention to this dialogue real quick.
All right. Let's see. We'll keep digging this way. We're getting there with where we wanted to be digging. And now it's big enough that I feel like we can just leave the dozer parked down here is the thing.
Please. I will. Wait here. I'll be back soon.
Shit, they put me on a mission, bro.
Are you playing the Resident Evil?
Yeah, play what essentially I deem is the beta.
Were you able to get it to stream or no?
I mean, you already saw the product. Like, I tried to stream it, but I couldn't get it to scale.
Yeah, we'll figure that out Friday. I'll help you with that.
Of course.
Because I've become a little more familiar with OBS recently, because I've just been tinkering with it a lot.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like, my computer screen does not look like what you see on the stream. That's all overlays. None of that.
Gotcha.
None of that. The only thing I see is the gameplay, and like everything else is on a separate screen or they're in OBS. So like that notepad isn't a real notepad. Sorry if I'm like breaking the immersion, but that's not a real MSN Messenger tab.
Interesting.
So you're not really talking to me through MSN Messenger when you're talking to me on stream. That's the Twitch chat.
Wow. I definitely now feel lied to. Just throwing that out there.
How come?
Nah, I don't know. I'm just fucking with you.
Oh yeah. Like, I feel lied to. You were talking shit to me. You made me think that you were actually hanging out with people on MSN Messenger on a Windows XP. You motherfucker.
Motherfucker. Oh, dang! This gun is fucking lethal, bro.
Is it?
So there's like. Fuck, dude. In this game, the handgun that they give you has like a critical hit chance, and it's an instant kill for zombies. Their heads explode.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like, it's you know, it's on par with like Pokemon, you know. When
You're playing. It's like you're playing Power World.
Stop. We're not talking about that.
Why? Is that not a game that you like?
No, they ripped off Pokemon, bro. It's disgusting.
I mean, I'm of the opinion that we needed someone to shake up the market, and that they were the ones to do it, and they just did it in the worst way possible. So like, I'm like conflicted about how I feel about it, because they did rip off Pokemon by just completely taking their artwork and making their own versions of it. But we really did need someone to go in there and make a game that was extremely similar to Pokemon. They should have used different names, different artwork, and they didn't.
Right.
Because like there is other games like Pokemon that are very good that do the same thing. Like there's some Monster Hunter games that are very much so a collect monsters and then battle with them. The problem is most of those games don't appeal to a casual audience, and Pokemon is like the only catch monsters RPG that's like a casual audience. And so for most people end up getting stuck playing Pokemon because there's no other game like that they feel can scratch their itch.
Right. Also, there's Pokemon is not like, Pokemon has the money, the resources to give us a really true great immersion game, but like I feel like they're holding back.
They don't have, it's not that they're holding back, it's that they're looking left and right and saying, huh, why would we do all that, spend all that money when we sold better than you?
Got it.
It's like the corporate guys are like, you can't really, the corporate guys are like sitting in their office talking with the devs, the lead devs being like, well, we can't really justify spending this amount of money or spending this amount of time making the game better, because realistically the game sold better than everyone else who tried harder. It sold better than all of the Monster Hunter games that are very similar to Pokemon. Like Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2 was like a very casual monster catcher game that was very much so like, Pokemon isn't the only one who can do this shit, and it sold terribly even though it did everything right and it was a great game. So Game Freak's looking at that like, why would we try harder? And the problem is we need someone to try hard like Pal World. Like, we just need someone that's willing to try. Except that the only people that have tried, either they didn't make a game that appealed to the masses, or it's a blatant ripoff, and that's a shame, because that means we're stuck with Pokemon if we want that style of content.
Right.
Which is awful, because Pokemon is not a good game series, and it hasn't been a good game series in a long time.
The only thing that's been carrying Pokemon this whole time is the part where you collect them.
Yeah, the only thing that carries it is that a whole bunch of their fans get really nostalgic for Pokemon, and they're hoping they can relive their experiences in a newer game, and then a whole bunch of casual people, millions of people, buy the new game thinking this is gonna be the 3D Pokemon game I always wanted, and then they play it and they're like, well, I already wasted my money on it, I might as well play it, but this sucks. And then it just repeats. It's happened for like 3 or 4 generations now. Like,
Damn.
They went into 3D in Gen 7, and that's a fine game. It's not the best game ever, but like, it's an okay game, and that's all it is. It was uninspired, it was boring. It felt like they just went into 3D a little bit, dipping their feet in, and then they've just gone downhill from there. Every time they make it a little more 3D, they try a little less hard to make the game better. And then it was just real unacceptable when Scarlet and Violet came out, because they released the game, not only was it boring and uninspired, not only did it have the worst graphics ever, but it was also a buggy mess that was unfinished. They couldn't even release a game that was finished, and they have the amount of money they have. Like, that was the most unacceptable part about it, was that people who bought the game on launch, were playing a game that would crash or ruin their save file, or they would fall through the world, or like things wouldn't happen the way it was supposed to, and that's unacceptable.
That is unacceptable, especially for the low quality.
Yeah. I remember when that game came out, I didn't buy it because I was like, this game is awful, why would you buy this? Like, if I wanted to relive my nostalgia, I'll just spend $100 and go play a Gen 4 Pokemon game or a Gen 3 Pokemon game.
Right, because...
Or get a ROM of it.
Pretty much. Yeah, I get it.
We really need another company to really do that. And there's like a couple of other casual games that had the potential to be that. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of Yokai Watch.
Yeah.
Yokai Watch is like Pokemon. It's a kids anime, except Pokemon was like the kids anime for people who were born in 1998 to like 2005. Yokai Watch is the kids anime that was from like 2010 to like 2015. And they made a series of games that they're not Pokemon monster catcher games, but they're like these casual games that they made year after year. They would make a new game every year for the 3DS. And so there's like this whole generation of kids who are now 20 years old now, 20, maybe 15 to 20, who grew up playing those games, and they feel like those games are their Pokemon games. We need more games like that are like serious story games like Pokemon where you can do a lot, or like Yokai Watch, but that are for kids, because they really shaft kids. They give kids like these worst quality games, and like they act like, oh, they're kids, they won't know the difference, it won't matter.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Not at all. So like you said, I'm not thrilled that Pal World is setting the precedence that if AI does it, it's not stealing. But at the same time, we needed someone to shake up the market, and they're the only ones willing to try to do that. And they definitely, they were like, we want to also market it to a casual audience. We want people who only play games sometimes, or who only play games here and there, to feel like they can play this game and have a good time, and they succeeded in that regard.
Correct.
It puts me in this real funky spot. Most of the really good casual games usually come from indie developers. Like, indie developers get it, and in a way that major studios don't. At least with casual games. Like, there is major studios who get it with, like, GTA 5. Like Rockstar gets how to make a high-quality game for the serious gamer. But so few companies get how to make a casual game for everyone, in a way where it's like also just a really good game that's timeless. Like, I think Stardew Valley, they did that really well. Concerned Ape made a casual game that's for everyone, that everyone can enjoy, hardcore gamers and casual gamers. And that's really cool. But again, it was like, he's an indie developer. Major studios just don't know how to do that. They don't know how to make a game that's for both casual and competitive players, or for like serious gamers and casual gamers. Because like, you would look at some of the games I played, Tyler, and you would think, these aren't serious games. You're just a casual gamer who plays a lot. And realistically, I'm a serious gamer who plays games that are a little more casual.
Gotcha. You play casual games seriously.
Yes.
I like that.
Like Tetris is a really casual game in a way, but that's a game that again, it transcends casuality and seriousness, because like, that's a game that both some guy can just play casually and have a good time, and then another group of guys can play in a really serious way, in a competitive way, and have a good time.
Right.
There hasn't really been a shooter like that in a long time too, either.
A shooter like what?
A shooter that's both casual and competitive.
I thought that was Fortnite.
I mean, kinda, but not really. Like, Fortnite is, we have a casual mode over here and a serious mode, but their serious mode isn't both casual and serious. At least not usually. There's a couple of people now who are pushing the envelope with that. Because I can tell you right now that most Fortnite players who play the Battle Royale, the main game mode, are not casual players. They're not going in there goofing off. Most of them are trying to get the highest rank. They're not trying to have a good time. And most, like, you see players like Deller play Fortnite, and then he would get so angry that he would have to smash his keyboard or he would have to turn the game off. And he doesn't stream as much anymore for that reason. He was like, I kind of had to give up on playing Fortnite because it makes me a bad person. In a way where there's a lot of, like, Stardew Valley will never make a player so angry that they can't play or make them want to smash their keyboard.
Yikes. I don't think I've ever been to that position.
I wish there was like there was more first-person shooters that were like Metroid Prime in a way where you're just going in and having a good time and you're not really trying to compete with other people. But like single-player experiences just aren't that common anymore in that way.
Oh wait, what about Destiny and Helldiver?
To some degree Destiny is that way, you're right. But again, a game like Destiny or Helldiver, they don't appeal to a mass market. Like, they're not trying to be the game for everyone.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know. I feel like there was a big push for Destiny.
Do you think it was as big as some of the other big games like Fortnite or PUBG? Or Apex Legends?
I think at the time, I think there's still like, I think it has a very dedicated fan base.
I'm sure it does.
But I don't think it's big. But I do think they were aiming for that.
I hope so, because that seems like it's a pretty cool game. What we're probably going to do here is we're going to jump over into that dozer and we're going to push this out a little more. Have you known anyone else, Tyler, that likes simulator games?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe Cena?
Like known someone who likes to play with a steering wheel or with like a joystick and they like to get in and do something that you could do in real life in a game?
Oh, my drummer. Yeah, he used to be big into like racing games.
So that's kind of what this game is for me, is like it's a very serious, there's a lot of like people see simulator games as very casual games, but there is a lot of people who make serious simming rigs and then they play them in a very serious way, even though you're just having a good time. So like, have you ever seen, like, we can look that up on my stream a little bit. I would love to do that. Let's do that right now.
Not watching your stream, by the way.
That's alright. We can talk about it while everyone else is watching. So like a lot of people, they'll set up custom sim rigs. Like I've seen photos of like a guy who made an entire Miata cockpit. Like if you've ever been in a Miata. They'll make like custom setups like that. And sometimes they're really cool. Like I've seen one where they took a whole car dashboard, a real car steering wheel, and they hooked it up to a simulator game with a bunch of screens, and then it really feels like you're in a car. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But they do the same thing. So like this game for me could be the same thing. If I really wanted to take this game to the next level, I would buy like a steering wheel and I would set my screens up in a way where it feels like I'm riding in the cockpit of the machine. It's crazy the conversations we can have.
I mean, as of January, we're now in the age of Aquarius.
What does that mean? I mean, I know what
the age of knowledge.
Well, what do they say? They used to say, like, when you watch movies from the 1950s or this or that from the future, they would always predict the world as if we would get this freedom of this freedom of technology where we'd have flying cars, we'd live in the sky like in the Jetsons, and like everything would be given to us with robots. But instead of getting the freedom of technology that they thought we would get, what we ended up getting is this freedom of technology that we have now. Where instead of the freedom of tech, we have this freedom of information that they did not predict. If that makes sense.
I think things are going to be a change in the next coming years.
Yeah, because AI is going to change things in a way we don't understand.
Pretty much.
Like, a lot of people, they all point at it, and there's nuggets of truth in what a lot of people are saying. But the problem is that no one's getting it completely right, and it's just going to completely blow us away. And it scares the crap out of me, really. Let's see. I want to set this up in a way where this is where we're going to be digging for a while, so... Yeah, AI scares the crap out of me in a way where it also adds to my fear of my existence. Like, I have a big fear of forgetting things, but I also have a fear that my existence will be pointless. And like, AI scares me because there's the potential that I will have missed the mark, and then there's no chance for me to ever have meaning in my life, because now AI will make it so no one has meaning, but less so if you didn't already have meaning.
Right. Well, here, let me bring you full circle. I know I mentioned that I don't think that I think that this is a simulation. I don't think any of this is really happening. Ironically, I play video games where it's also a simulation. But if none of this is happening, I guess it stands the question, like, what does any of this matter then? And how could I live in the here and now if I don't think that this is happening?
Well, I mean, even if it wasn't a simulation, even if it was like the Earth just doing its thing and we're just here, like, life is still pointless.
I don't believe that.
Or like if you were a Christian, like when you really go down into the existentials of God creating humanity, like, there is no purpose. If he lives forever, what's the purpose? Like, you'd have to come up with something out of your ass. It's just like, God just did it. There is no real purpose why he did it. He knows everything and he does everything. So if he really is real and he really did create us in that way, not to say that he did or didn't, it's to say that life is pointless no matter which way you choose to. But then you just gotta try to look at life in a different way. It's like, so you can look at life as if it's a simulation, but you gotta look at it and question it in ways where, okay, life might be a simulation, but that doesn't mean life is pointless.
Yeah, that exactly. Life is a simulation, but it's not pointless. Because in the same way that, you know, this video game we're playing is a simulation, it's not pointless because we're still playing it, so it has some value to it. And ironically, it also comes full circle because I had this really crazy existential crisis because of this realization. But it was the game Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, PS2, that brought me to the enlightenment of, you know, like, yes, it's a simulation, but it does matter. And the reason why it matters is because you still can choose whether or not you want it to have meaning to you, or you have infinite choices to pursue. You can choose to matter if you want to, because it's all being recorded, you know, like data.
Have you ever thought about the idea that life could be both pointless and meaningful at the same time? That it could be both?
It is both, because it all comes down to you having the choice of what you want to set your values to be. Because,
like, whoa, what's the thing? The yin and yang is, You can't have good without evil. You won't know what good is without evil. So it's like you won't know what meaning is without life being meaningless. Like, your life has to not have meaning for you to realize what meaning is. Which is why the people who feel like their life has the most meaning are people who went out and searched for the meaning in their life, and they're like, I can't really describe what the meaning is, but I feel pretty good. Like, I'd imagine that Mr. Beast feels like he has a lot of meaning in his life.
So I like to describe that as echolocation, because I think deep down we all know that it's a simulation. So to have some kind of echo of your own existence coming back at you makes you feel like it's kind of like wrestling, like you know it's fake, but it's that one moment where you feel it's real even though you know it's fake.
Yeah.
Or it makes you feel a real emotion even though you know it's fake. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So when you know, for example, you mentioned a very successful philanthropist, you know, that's very gratifying. So like it's for example, if I was a musician and I would be seeing my own face on the screen smiling back at me, that would.
Yeah. Like, that's true.
Know what I mean?
Because, like, we're all thinking that you're thinking your life's gonna go in one direction, and then someone else will pop in, and then before you know it, you're going in a different direction, and you didn't realize that you changed directions.
Pretty much. Actually, that also makes sense as to why we seek partners in our life, because we want someone to be a witness to our life, because that makes our lives seem more real. Because there's somebody there who was with you, witnessing your life, and you know it's a two-way street.
It's also just good to have someone that can push back against you to be like, hey, you're being stupid. You might want to rethink what you're doing, or you might want to do it this way. Like, it's good to have someone there to slap you, to be like, not to physically slap you, not to be abusive. Like, the ideal is to find a real good person for you, but the whole idea is that you're trying to find someone that can in a way help you help yourself.
You don't want to get lost in the simulation. And it's good to have people around you to remind you, like, hey, I'm also in the game too, you know? That makes sense?
Yeah. It just, to me, it's not like I think of life as a simulation. I think life is just life, and it just sort of happens, and you don't need to label it. Like, people label it as, like, someday you're gonna go to heaven, or, like, I've thought a lot about this when I was younger, and I've talked about it to a lot of other people who are like, that kind of does make sense. Where they're like trying to explain, like, how in the Bible, in the last book of the Bible is all about the rapture that's to come, and I was like, well, who's to say that when you die or when I die, that just feels like your own little personal rapture, and like everyone's gonna experience it someday. The day you die, you feel like the whole world is coming to an end for everyone, and it's just coming to an end for you. Who's to say that the Bible isn't a bunch of stories that are helping you live your own simulation or live your own life, and it's not meant to be like you're gonna go to heaven and you're gonna see everyone else's life. Like the whole idea is that this is all your life, and it's just, you know what I mean?
I think it's very interesting that you say it that way, because if you read it, it really is only happening to one person, and he's telling you his recollection of what he saw in his vision. But I mean, that could have been very personal to him, You know, there's nothing to substantiate that it's a general thing happening. You know.
Yeah.
And the whole 666 thing is just like it was it's just a way to talk about the emperor at the time without, you know, getting in trouble for it. I think the Emperor Nero was in charge at the time.
Yeah, it's plus people fail to realize that a lot of those books were written by people who spoke a language that hasn't existed in like 2,000 years, maybe like 1,500 years, and like it's been translated from language to language to language a whole bunch of different times. And one thing that studying Buddhism taught me was that one word can have like 6 or 7 different meanings depending on who uses it and how. And who's to say that the same thing didn't happen in the Bible? Like, they're saying it one way, and like I think that's kind of like the point. Like, it's meant to be ambiguous on purpose, because the whole idea is that how do I put this? You're meant to interpret it in your own way, and that's okay, and that no two people are supposed to interpret it the same way. And it's like people spend so much time trying to interpret it in a way where everyone can interpret it their way and getting frustrated that they're not interpreting it in the same way, when that's kind of not the point. Like, the reason that I like some religions over others is that, like, Christianity was built in a way where they wanted everyone to have their own version of the religion, and that's okay. Whereas in a way you don't, like, there's a lot like you see that with some other religions where you can only do it the one way, and if you're not doing that way, you might get stoned at the stake or get like ostracized from society, like outcasted.
Right. I think it's important to note, and this is just coming from me, something about, so all these religion is usually based on the fourth, like it's pursuit of the source of creation, you know.
Well, that's also why Buddhism matters a lot to me, in a way, why studying it has meant so much, because it's like, in a way, it is its own religion, and it definitely, in a way, can be its own religion, but a lot of the stuff they teach you is just like, why is everyone, like, they're the one religion where they're like, why is everyone so focused on the afterlife? And realistically, no matter what religion you're in, like, Christians focus so much on the afterlife, Muslims focus so much on the afterlife, when realistically, like, God in the Bible wants everyone to focus on the here and now, and wants them to have the best life possible, because if you have a better life, then the people around you are gonna have a better life, and then it just makes everything better. But they get so lost in this way, because, like, Alan Watts I have an Alan Watts book, and one of the stories, he's like, people get so focused on pointing at God that they forget about God, and they're more worried about making sure that they're pointing at God correctly. You know what I mean? So they get more focused at how they're interpreting the Bible than they are about actually interpreting the Bible or actually living the ideals that the Bible wants you to live. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Let's pretend real quick that, you know, for the sake of the explanation, you know, there's an almighty creator out there. Let's just paint that picture real quick. I don't think he or she or it really cares about the printing press or ink or you know, the fact that we can read.
He wouldn't care about nothing, because like realistically, someone who could do anything, someone that could create anything, he wouldn't even be limited to our physical world. Like, the possibilities are endless. What's the saying?
Yeah.
The saying is like, if you were given the powers of God to do whatever you want, you would do everything forever till the end of time, until you were literally bored of everything because life didn't have meaning. And then your final wish would be, you would wish for a simulation in which you could feel like you had no control over everything, so that you could feel like life could surprise you. So you would wish to live the life you're living, so that life could have some meaning, because the meaning in life is the surprises that you aren't anticipating. Like you were anticipating getting married and staying married, you weren't anticipating getting a divorce. But it's those surprises that give your life meaning. Whereas if you could just ask for everything you could ever want and you just got it and it was just handed to you, like, you wouldn't appreciate it. And in a way, you see that with a lot of really wealthy people who are born really wealthy. Like, you'll see that sometimes with wealthy kids where their life doesn't have meaning, so they end up spiraling out of control. Or like they throw a fit over the smallest things because they don't understand, because that is their world.
And that's why strife is life.
So like, your version of the simulation is similar to how a Buddhist might think that with reincarnation, you've lived every single life you're ever going to live, and then you're just choosing to live this life because you wish to be surprised, and now every day you are constantly being surprised you got your wish.
I think I would want to, like, I mean, how cool would it be, like, going back into life, being reincarnated, but you still know everything?
You think that would be cool, but I've done a lot of thinking, and a lot of people smarter than me have done a lot of thinking, and they all think that the thought of existing forever is terrifying, because then you're living a life of constantly, like, no meaning. Like, if you could just live forever, or you knew you were going to reincarnate and life was fine, then what would you do? You would be suicidal, or you wouldn't care. You would like, I'm just going to come back anyway, so who cares if I kill a whole bunch of people or cause a whole bunch of pain? Like, living forever or existing forever is terrifying. And the system that exists now, where it's a constant, like, you are living forever in a way because you're passing your genetics onto a kid who now is reliving your life again in their own way. That's kind of like the best way that we figured it out, because then it's constantly like this we're constantly in this state of amazement with the world, where you're constantly having new 4-year-olds that are staring at the tree and being like, that is bizarre, why is it pointing the leaves in all those directions, why?
Now you're talking about, like, several layers of simulations, so like a simulation of a simulation and so on. But all of those simulations matter. It doesn't matter what simulation you're plugged into at the moment, all of them matter. The same way you would play a game, and you're not doing it just to kill yourself, you're doing it you're usually playing it to get through it. And yeah, people do kill themselves. It happens.
You really gotta borrow my book Slaughterhouse 5, and you gotta read that book.
Why's that?
Because it would definitely broaden your perspective on life and on your perception of life. Because that book's about a guy who lived through some of the worst terrors in World War II, and then it bounces around between different parts of his life where life was better, life was worse, because it's a story about dementia, and dementia really, really changes your perspective of life. Because, like, dementia really puts a monkey wrench into the simulation, because, like, okay, how does the simulation work if someday you're just gonna forget the entire simulation? Because, like, for some people, it's a very real fear. Some people carry the trait. You can go to the doctors. You can have tests done to tell you whether you carry a risk of having dementia. And then if someday you're gonna have dementia, you got to live with the fact that someday nothing's gonna matter. You're gonna forget everything, and then someday you're gonna die when you forget how to breathe.
You're gonna get all that back, though.
You think you'll get all that back, but you don't know that.
It's the first rule of thermodynamics. Also, there have been scientific experiments proving that we are in a simulation.
Yeah, but there's also been scientific experiments that if you look at them in the right lens and you don't pick them apart, prove Christianity. So there's no.
Why wouldn't you want to pick something apart?
Well, you do. That's what I mean. So like, you can find scientific things that prove the simulation, but then another guy could pick it apart and prove that the simulation isn't a thing. You know what I mean?
I haven't found that second person, but I would like to, because it's like an experiment that you can see with your naked eye that something wrong is happening, and you're like, that can't be right.
Like a deja vu moment.
No, it's an experiment involving like waves, and it has to do with like water and sound and vibrations and stuff like that. But you could see it with your naked eye that it's not behaving the way it's supposed to. And you're like, wait, why is it? It's a study proving that under like a small enough microscope, you can see the simulation reworking itself so that you could see it rendering, essentially.
Oh, so this is like how physicists like Einstein can prove how everything happens, except the most basic of things you think that they would be able to prove is they can't prove how anything moves. They can prove on any one moment that at any one moment in time we're in one snapshot of that time, but they can't prove how we go from one movement to the next. We're just in an endless loop of still images, like at a really, and we don't know how we go from one to the next. They've never proven that.
Right, and you could really feel that whenever if you've ever taken like mushrooms, you could really feel that.
I agree. You can like you become more hyper aware to your senses.
It's as plain as day. You feel it.
For me, doing something like that, it makes it feel like I slowly feels like you're stripping away my emotions and my feelings and like every part of me, like everything that my five senses. It feels like you're stripping them away, and you're giving me the rawest version of that. So like if I was having a good time and I did it, you're gonna strip that away, and I'm gonna feel like the most rawest version of a good time, and it's just gonna be like I'm sitting there chilling, having a good time. And in the same way that someone who's having a bad trip, they'll do it, and then it feels like you're stripping away everything, and all you're feeling is like the rawest version of that sadness.
So I think to me it feels like I'm being hardwired into the system, and my brain is aware of that, so it feeds me a bunch of like dopamine to like help me deal with it. Otherwise, that's why I have to have like constantly have music playing in the background. Otherwise, it just seems like too hyper realistic, and I'm like,
so that's why you like get to the point where you're gonna have a bad trip. Like you're ready, you're like on the verge of having a bad trip, of freaking out, and then to keep it together, you have to do certain things.
Right. I have to like, you have to take care of your own trip. I wouldn't like, do it before a work shift.
Oh, you wouldn't do acid before a work shift either. There's just some things you don't do.
I did it once, like before, like. But
yeah, but like doing it once is different than like you should be doing this, or you're gonna do it again. Like it's one thing to be like, you can't knock it until you try it. It's another thing to be like, I already did it once and it wasn't for me, but I'm gonna keep trying it until it is for me.
Yeah, it was a terrible experience.
What job did you have at the time? So what were your tasks?
I was bringing up orders at a burger shop.
So you were a cashier.
A cashier.
Yeah, I would be. I think the whole time I would be hyper aware of how I wasn't okay, and I would be worried that people were gonna catch on.
It was from the night before.
So you were like not peaking, but you were still in it enough that you felt weird about it.
I was coming down.
Yeah.
You know, I was already coming down pretty hard. So not good. The guy making my sandwiches that I'm ringing up, he started getting mad because like I was ringing in the wrong stuff.
Did you ever let anyone into your secret while you worked there, or did you keep it to yourself?
Well, I was working with some people who like I hang out with on a regular basis.
And what did they think?
I don't remember.
You were like blackout? Like you don't remember any of it?
I was pretty much blackout because I still haven't slept.
I've never done so many mushrooms or did a DMT trip. Well, I've never done a DMT trip, but I've never done anything like that where I didn't remember any of what happened. Usually I take something from it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just moments of blackouts, not like complete blackout.
Oh, like, so instead of it being like a blackout, you feel like you were teleporting from place to place.
Yes.
Like things were just getting, like you were only remembering certain bits and you didn't know why and that was bothering you.
Pretty much.
So like how I could be driving home on a commute 8 hours a day every day, and or not 8 hours a day, that's absurd, but like 2 hours a day, 8 hours a week could be a commute, and then like sometimes when you're driving you'll just forget large swaths of the drive because you're just disassociating, not because you're on drugs or nothing, but just because for a while you were just shutting your brain off, and then you're like, holy crap, how did I get here without crashing? I don't remember any of that.
Precisely.
Except that the difference is that when you're disassociating when you're sober, you're still generally doing everything correctly. Like when you're working while you were doing some kind of drug like that, you're most certainly not performing at your best.
Yeah, I mean, my brain is pancake batter. This is your brain on drugs. A frying egg in a pan.
And then you're just sitting at work replaying Michael Jordan in your head saying, "Stop it, get some help."
Oh man, that's tough.
You've seen that before, right? The PAs from the early 90s where Jordan is just like telling you not to smoke crack, and he's just like, "Stop it, get some help."
Of course. I mean, if Michael Jordan has to get out there and say it, you know something's wrong.
Well, I mean, like he was very much so like he came of age when in the places that he in the community that he was a part of, there was just so many people who were choosing this new drug that no one knew nothing about over having a successful job or this or that. Like it just sort of like took over overnight.
Yeah. My parents were definitely victim to that, for sure.
I've seen so many podcasts of people from around that time that are still alive who grew up in those scenarios, and they're just like they didn't call it crack and it wasn't like that, but it was just like one day everyone was fine and we were living in this middle class neighborhood, and then 2 years later everyone was unemployed and they were trying to figure out how they could get enough money to get one more fix.
Damn.
And then it was like you were the minority, you weren't the normal, you were the outcast. If you were the one that was sober who was like, I'm not doing that, I don't know nothing about that.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And like I didn't grow up around that per se, because it just it didn't hit the types of places that crack did where I grew up. But I definitely grew up around the opioid epidemic and seeing people like in the exact opposite way be unable to control themselves and choose completely zoning out of life completely for $20 or for $7 or whatever, choosing to do that over trying to better their life. Like, okay, I gotta think about life and make my life better, I gotta go to work. Nah, I can just shoot up, and then I can just be in this shitty motel room and not care. And then you just see people choosing living a worse and watching their life get worse and worse and worse, and just choosing that because it's better than facing the fact that their life is getting worse.
I can't even imagine living a life like that.
Have you ever had any friends or known anyone that chose a drug that eventually became more important than them than having their life be the best life it could be for themselves?
I don't think I've ever had a friend like that, just my parents.
Did you avoid people like that because of your parents?
I just don't think I ever gravitated towards meeting those people, honestly.
Because like you're in that whole wrestling sphere, and there's a lot of people in that wrestling sphere. I'm surprised that you wouldn't have one that just falls out of the cracks, because that just sort of happens. I definitely went to school with people in high school and middle school, people that I thought were good people, who just lived shitty enough lives where when they came of age, they were just like, they didn't have the power to say no, and it was just like, it's just this thing, and then it just became by the time that they were able to consider stopping, it was too late.
Well, I can think of one guy in the wrestling community, but I haven't seen him in such a long time, and I didn't know him when he was involved in that kind of stuff.
I see.
I really don't have any personal experience about that.
Yeah,
I guess I could for myself grateful.
Yeah. I grew up around a lot of people that were just like my mother was just like friends with all these people that were like, their life was falling apart, and slowly they were just like, they were good people, and you would see them and you would know them and you would be like, this guy is a great person. But then they had this curse where once they got what they wanted, when they felt like they needed it, they couldn't live without it. They would get in this mindset where they were no longer the same person. They just wanted to go and pass out, and just like, and then you saw it change them, where not only was it seeing them like that is awful, but then it was like, when they aren't like that, they're trying to figure out, move and shake, how they can get enough money that they can go and do that some more. Like, spending 8 hours at a job getting yelled at by someone doesn't sound as great as figuring out how I can get $20 on the street corner so I can go get fucked up for the day and not have to worry about nothing. Like, I could be fucked up in the park, who cares?
Threaten me with a good time. That's why I like the show Rick and Morty so much, because it reminds me of my relationship with Dad.
Your dad was not a great person? Or was he a great person?
He just got swept up in the epidemic, Just like everybody. And
you said he was part of the crack epidemic?
Yeah, I mean, he lived in New York City at the time. Who didn't get swept up in it?
Well, because I didn't grow there, I don't know who did and who didn't. I know that it was like, it was everywhere kind of thing, but...
What I'm trying to say is that it affected major cities more than, a lot more, because it was bad.
Is that why like living where you live now means so much to you, because this was like you finally got away from all that and you were around people that were kind of normal, who weren't on drugs?
Well, I was living in Puerto Rico before I came here.
So you had a couple of different experiences, because you got to go from New York to Puerto Rico.
Quite a few, because I also lived in Florida at the time.
How was that?
Racist.
How long did you live in Florida?
For like 2 years.
When you were a teenager or when you were younger?
About like between like 10 and 12.
Do you have any like core memories from that time, like things that you could think about and you can remember them vividly?
In Florida, yes.
Good memories, bad memories?
Don't remember any good memories.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was really. I hated it.
So you
And
could,
then,
so then it would make it hard for you to go to vacation in Florida because it would just remind you of your portion of your childhood that wasn't your favorite.
I mean, I can't think of anything besides Disney World, and I'm sure that'll be all right.
I don't know. I mean, some people think Disney World's great. Someone else probably had a bad experience there, right?
I would love to go to Disney World. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Well, couldn't you just go to Disneyland and then be like, you get the best of both? You don't have to go to Florida and you get to go to Disney.
Nah, if we're going all the way. If you gotta go to, we're gonna go see Mickey. You know, it's on my bucket list. We ain't doing no half-assing around here.
Is Disneyland half-ass?
I mean, Disney World has 5 parks.
So does
Maybe
Disneyland has how many parks? I don't know.
Just one park, I think.
How many parks? I think they have more than one. How many parks in Disneyland? I know Disney World's definitely bigger. There is 2 parks in Disneyland. There's Disneyland Park and Disneyland California Adventure Park.
I don't know.
Disney's never interested me. Like, I would be there the whole time thinking about how Walt Disney went to Florida and he just like stole all this land from a whole bunch of people by doing like legal loopholes, and then got into a position where he was tax-free enough where he could build his park. And then Florida just sort of gave him that status and let him keep the tax-free status because all of the tourism made their economy better overall.
It's actually the royal family who owns the property.
Yeah, it's real shady, isn't it?
That's why they get away with taxes. I mean, it's Disney.
You say that, but like a lot of big companies will get tax breaks because like Global Foundries gets hella tax breaks, and people will get all mad and they'll be like, why are you giving tax breaks to the rich? Why are you giving tax breaks to that guy instead of the poor? And it's like, because if they didn't give him the tax breaks, he might consider moving his factory somewhere that would give him tax breaks. And then all these jobs that are here that do kind of good things for people would go away. And even though it's not, you're never going to be as rich as him, even though he's not trying to make your life really great. Like, how many jobs pay 70, 80 grand a year at Global Foundries that would be overseas in China if New York State didn't give them all sorts of tax breaks?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Disney. Like, Florida, like, they bent at the knee because they were like, if we do this, it'll bring a whole bunch of tourism that'll make life better for everyone.
The whole thing reeks.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah. I put Walt Disney up there with Epstein. They just haven't busted him yet.
Well, they can't. He's dead, right? No one likes to pursue dead guys.
I mean, Disney's still alive.
The company is, but not him specifically. Like, so, like, if you wanted to bust him, like he was Epstein, people would come at you like, "Why are you kicking a dead guy?"
Right. Unfortunately, his legacy still lives on to this day.
Yeah, but I think that's changing, and I hope it does.
I don't know, man. I've heard weird things about Disney World too. How there's like secret corridors.
Oh, well, they're probably like not like that, but there probably is secrets because like Disney prides themselves in making the experience immersion, like so that you can't break the immersion. So like they make it so that you can't tell that someone's cleaning the park when someone's cleaning the park.
Gotcha.
So like there's probably lots of secrets, lots of tunnels for employees to walk from place to place.
Yeah. Sounds like fun. I don't know. I also wanted to go to Vegas. Sounds like a fun place.
Vegas would probably be cool.
And I heard there's a lot of things that you can do for free.
Oh yeah, you could be a mole person. Completely for free.
A what?
A mole person.
What's that mean?
Have you ever seen the mole people in in Las Vegas?
The mole people.
Yeah, they're mole people.
That's wild. No, I have not heard of this.
So in Las Vegas, it only rains like once or twice a year, but it rains a lot when it does, so they get a lot of flooding when it rains because there's nowhere for the rain to go. So the city, a long time ago, they decided to put all these big storm drains in, so that the 1 or 2 times a year when it rains, the rain has somewhere to go, so it doesn't flood everything or hurt everyone. And then what happens is these homeless people realize that in Las Vegas it's too hot to be out in the sun most of the time because it gets to like 120 in the summer. So all these people, these homeless people, they go down and live in the tunnels because 90% of the year there's no rain. So you can just you can set up a little home in one of the tunnels on one of the dead ends and just live there. And then that's just their homeless people are all those mole people. And they're living in Las Vegas 100% for free.
That sounds like fun.
Yes and no, because then it's like you're homeless, so like you're giving up all senses of security. Because like if when you're sleeping, if someone wanted to walk up and shank you, there's no like nothing in between you and them. Like at least living in a house, they have to like come in through the door or break a window, so you get some chance to hear them.
Yeah. That's true. I mean,
It'd be cool. It'd be one of those things where if you had the right guide, if you knew the right person, you could go and explore the tunnels, but I wouldn't want to like stay overnight in the tunnels.
right.
But like you'll be walking in Las Vegas and there's like rain gutters everywhere, and you won't even realize that there's tunnels right below you that those rain gutters are pointing to, and there might be homeless people at any given time just listening to your conversation.
Epic.
But they specifically call them mole people because they live underground.
That makes sense. I mean, it's Vegas. I would expect, like, you know. Yeah, I would definitely expect that.
Does
The mole people.
what are homeless people like in Brooklyn? Or what were they like when you were a kid?
I haven't been there in a long time, but my experience, there's 2 kinds. The ones that stink and the one that do like free performance art.
So like you would consider a guy who's busking for a living very much so on the same tier as someone who's just there existing?
You can tell by their way they dress. But like sometimes
We get a really warped perception of homeless people in Albany because there's just this whole beggar scene that like stands out over top of it, where you can't tell whether they're a person who's there begging or whether they're a person who's there homeless.
damn.
Not to say that it's wrong or that it's bad, like I'll respect it. Anyone who's willing to do anything, like people are like, I'll never give a beggar money, and most of the time I won't give them money. But like there was this guy who was at the Speedway on Christmas, and he was just like asking for anything, and I was like, I bought him a beer. Like, and people are like, why would you do that? He's just begging. He should try to get a job. And I'm like, well, yeah, but like his life might not be that fucked up, but his life has to be somewhat fucked up if he's willing to be alone at 6 a.m. on Christmas. You know what I mean? Like everyone
Yes.
should be with someone on Christmas, or like be in their home. And like clearly he's not, so the least I could do is buy him a drink and say, I hope that your Christmas picks up.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
But it's like that always, like it's not just Christmas, like Christmas is the time that stands out. But like, why shouldn't I like oftentimes if I have leftovers and I see someone who's homeless, I'll offer it to them. I'm always willing to buy them a drink or food like on a hot day. But I'm just, and like, then there's always the argument people make, like, if you don't, like, if you give them money, they're just gonna buy drugs. And I'm like, yeah, but if you don't give them money, they're still gonna get drugs. And the difference is that they're gonna have to try to lie or steal to get it. So at least if you're giving them money, they're not trying to hurt someone else to get the drugs.
Right.
So like, there's levels to this shit.
You know? And there's a reason why he's asking nicely. Because he doesn't want to have to do something he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, because I very much so consider addiction a disease. people are like, it's a choice, and maybe it starts as a choice, but you can't tell me that someone who gets addicted at 14 years old was equipped to make the right choices, and you can't fault someone who's 45 who's still addicted because they made a choice when they were 14, when they didn't have the best mentor in their life, and they didn't understand, like a 14-year-old doesn't understand life. So like a 14-year-old isn't making the best choices. I didn't make the best choices when I was 14. I just was around the right people to where I wasn't making the heroin choices or the snorting lines of cocaine and becoming a crack addict choices.
Yeah, those choices were not presented to me. You know, I'm grateful for it. You know?
It was definitely like an occasion where I could have been. There was people I went to school with where I could have tried to be friends with them, and I could have been in the scenario where I could have had those choices presented to me. But it was like so in a way it was a choice, but also it wasn't, like, because I was around people who were actively telling me like, this is why you don't want to do this, whereas someone else like I definitely went to school with people where they didn't have their parents, where they had to stay with foster people and whatnot, and like, you telling me that they're gonna see life the same way I do?
Right.
And they're gonna make the same choices in the same way? Like, how can you expect someone whose parents were shitty to them to respect authority enough not to smoke crack?
Well, I did have my dad, and he was the worst when I was a kid. He's definitely changed now, but he would have those hard conversations with me that would make me realize, like, wow, my dad has crazy addictions, but even he knows not to do heroin.
He was like sitting there telling you, I know that I'm like this and I know it's fucked up and I'm sorry that I'm like this, but I'm trying to tell you not to live in my shoes because, like, I can't control this and I wish I wasn't like this.
Yeah, and he would definitely tell me about, like, drugs that he would never do, you know? And he would also have that conversation with me, like, hey, man, you don't have to be like me. I know I'm here, like, drinking beer on a stoop, but you definitely shouldn't do meth. Like, don't, like, you know what I mean?
Have you ever seen Kevin Hart talk about his father?
That's literally my dad.
Where he says now, he's like, my dad was kind of awful when I was growing up, and that's okay, I've forgiven him. It's whatever. Right now, I want him to be the best grandfather he can, so like I'm just giving him everything he ever wanted and setting him up because I want him to just be the granddad for my kids that he couldn't be for me.
Right, exactly.
A lot of people can't think in that way, in that mature of a way. A lot of people get so clouded by the disgust they have for the life they live that they can't forgive themselves enough to forgive someone who maybe hurt them.
You know, it's so crazy that you mentioned that because I've since forgiven my dad, and my brothers are still very apprehensive about him, but they weren't even like around him as much as I was to like stuff, like to see how bad it really was.
Well, that's why they maybe maybe they can't compartmentalize in the way you can, because you saw it for what it was, and you were like, you saw it for, my dad really isn't in control here. It's not his fault. Like, it isn't.
Right. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
And where they weren't there enough to see it that way, so when they see it, they only remember the bad because that's all they saw, where you were there enough to see the bad and see, hey, you saw the good too, and you were like, this isn't him, it's just like, this is the drug. Cocaine makes someone act a weird sort of way, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's funny when, like, Kevin Hart was all like, he's like, my dad made crackhead noises.
Crackheads do have crackhead noises.
Like his, Kevin Hart's dad, his crackhead noise was like, all right.
One thing I've also found peculiar of getting to know a few crackheads in my life is that they all seem to stick together, like not in a way where they're gonna actually help each other, but like crackheads all respect each other and like they look up and they're like, oh yeah, Charlie Sheen, we don't mind that he's fucked up because he's one of us. Like, it's not his fault he's a crackhead.
That's the vibration thing.
Yeah.
You know, like, you can relate to that because we're all on the same vibe.
It's crazy how how America was able to let so many people just live through that, and there was no way, they couldn't figure out a way to make it stop. So just so many children had to live through the crack epidemic and seeing their parents make poor choices.
It was pretty bad, bud. My dad would like random, because I wasn't like, I didn't live with my dad. He would just randomly show up, like Rick and Morty. You know.
Just
I
one
lived
day he'd
with,
be like, "You want to hang out?" And you're like, "Well, I wasn't planning to, but I can."
Yeah, but then like hanging out with them, like you never know what that's gonna entail. Like one time I went to go hang out with him, and like we ended up walking like forever, and then he had like nothing to like. He didn't even like pack a lunch bag for me. Like I didn't even have water to drink. I don't know. Tough times.
I agree.
Or sometimes it'll be good. Sometimes he'll take me to see a movie, or he'll randomly show up with like, you know, the White Tiger Zord.
Yeah.
Then other times he'd come over and just like sleep all day. And then I'm tight because I'm like, he's right there and I can't talk to him. What a douchebag.
Yeah, because it's like perfectly normal for you to feel aggravated in the moment.
I wasn't really aggravated. I was more kind of like concerned. Like,
Yeah.
damn, what?
Like you were concerned for his safety and for his well-being in a way where it made you aggravated because you're like, this motherfucker, if he didn't do this, I wouldn't have to be concerned for him.
Nah, I never saw it that way. I just felt bad for him.
Yeah. Not in a way where you actually think, oh, this is his fault, but in a way where you're like, I wish that he could overcome this because life would be so much better.
Actually, there was one time where I got fed up about it and I told my mom about it. She wasn't my mom. She was my dad's sister.
Like
She raised me.
Yeah.
Like one time after my dad left, I was like, Mom, he came over here, did a bunch of fucking drugs, and then he left. Like, I was tight because he wouldn't hang out with me. So yeah, I had to put him in his place.
How old were you when you had that conversation with your aunt?
As soon as he left, I was like, Mom, like.
No, I mean, how old were you?
Probably like 8.
That's a heavy conversation for an 8-year-old.
Yeah, it was rough.
Sometimes life doesn't give you the choice. Sometimes life says you have to grow up now.
Yeah, and like my dad eventually was like, ran into me again and was like, dude, why'd you tell on me? And I was like, 'cause you didn't fucking hang out with me. You just came over to like use my bed. Now, like, and then left.
Plus, you're a little kid. Like, why is he arguing with a little kid? Like, little kids don't necessarily know what the choices they're making.
Right. Like, why are you blaming me for this shit?
Like, sure, I did rat on you, but like, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to.
Yeah. And mostly it was like, I don't want you coming over here doing that shit, especially if you're not even gonna hang out with me. Like, even as an 8-year-old, I'm like, you're just like mooching off of hands.
Has your son ever gotten to meet your dad?
My son?
Yeah.
Yeah, at my wedding.
How did he like your dad?
Say what?
How did your son and your dad get along?
Oh, wonderfully. I think they hung out a couple of other times too. Like I had my parents come over, and my dad has been like, you know, since been reformed for like many, many years.
That's
like,
good. He's been sober a long time.
Yeah, like over 20 years now.
Just not when you were a child.
No,
it's like what Kevin Hart said, how you're sober now, you're doing better now. We can't take back what you did. It is what it is. We're gonna have these memories that we can never erase, but right now just try to be the best grandfather you can.
Right. Right now my dad's not like smoking crack. I'm sure he's not sober, but not smoking crack, so that's nice.
I mean, sober, there's layers to sobriety, right? So like he might still be drinking alcohol or this or that, but at least he's not doing the one vice that made him unsufferable.
Yeah, like, you know, you already know the behaviors, like, it's just too much. Like, no, come on, man. If he wants to, like, you know, drink and smoke like a regular person and just lay down on the couch all day, fine.
all of the crackheads I was around, they all came into my life when I was older, when I was an adult. When I was growing up, the drug addicts that I saw and that were in and out of my life were all like opioid addicts, like heroin addicts and shit.
All the opioid addicts I ever ran into was when I was like locked up.
You didn't meet them till you were older.
Yeah, I was already locked up, and I was hearing these glorifying stories of, you know, they just love, like, oh my god, they just love the little heroin antics.
It's just
Like
wild
opioid
listening to them talk about their experiences, because I've seen some homeless people be like, you know what's crazy? I could stop smoking heroin today. I could get a job and get a house. I know I could. I'm more than capable. And yet, heroin's the only thing that would make me give up. I had a wife, I had kids, I had a dog, I had a house, and I gave that all up so I could keep getting my hit when I wanted my hit.
Yeah, that's rough.
There ain't too many other things that do that, and that's why that thing is so scary to a lot of people. Because it can
Well,
really
I
just
feel-
take you and make you like a ghost in the shell.
That could really, you know, I could probably identify that with my weed sometimes. Like, a lot of times I meet people who are like, stop smoking weed, and I'm like, I don't want to.
Yeah, for me it's very much so a right now I've struggled in the past with having control over the substances I put in my body. So cuz I'm a person that doesn't have the mindset that can just put things down. So for me, I'm very conscious about it when I smoke weed. So like if I'll do it a little too much, and then I'll be like real pissed off with myself, so that then I'm like, no, I just gotta cut it out completely for a while, because I'm being too crazy with this, and that's not okay. Like if all of a sudden I needed to smoke before I went to work, I would probably be not happy with myself, and I would probably force myself not to smoke cold turkey because of the experience I've had with other substances when I was younger.
Yeah.
Because there is just things I don't have control over. Like I had to stop drinking caffeine altogether because I have no control over caffeine. And then I have no, like, I'm to the point where I don't give a shit. I want it in the worst way possible. Like Red Bulls are so much sugar, but it's just like, I'm gonna have that Red Bull and I'm gonna have a lot of them, and I just don't have a say over it.
Gotcha. You didn't have any control over it.
I traded one addiction for another to another addiction until I settled on no addictions, or like what I am now. Like it's just come full circle, because like I've seen other people in my life struggle with this, and I was like, I don't want to become one of them. So then it was just like I had to stop. And then it was just like, okay, well, if I'm not gonna drink alcohol and use Xanax, then I should probably stop completely. And that was just the realization I came to. So then I replaced the drugs and alcohol that I couldn't stop using with different things. So for a while, for a very long time for me, it was caffeine was my drug of choice. And then
Yes.
I gave it up because I was like, you know what? I feel just as shitty about this caffeine as when I was doing drugs, because it makes me feel like I have no control over my life. I could have spent all of my money this week. Not that that happens a lot, especially with Red Bulls, because they don't cost that much. But I remember vividly, like, being friends. I worked with someone a long time ago, and he quit cigarettes because he was like, it's costing me a lot of money. It's no good for my health. And he started drinking Red Bulls to get over his cigarette addiction, and that was kind of why I chose Red Bulls. But I very much remember him eventually going back to cigarettes, because he was like, I started drinking all these Red Bulls to make, and my health's not any better. It's just getting destroyed in a different way. And then at the same time, I don't have any control over myself. I'm spending more money on Red Bulls than I was on cigarettes.
Not good.
And for me, that was just like, I went from, I need to have a bottle of alcohol at any moment, so that when I get home from work, or before I go to work, or when this or that, I can just drink and not have to worry about it.
Yep, that used to be me, but
So
I'm glad I'm happy.
I cut it out in exchange for caffeine, and then recently I cut that out. And right now, the only vice that I let myself have is I smoke and I consume different versions of THC. And I'm very much so in a place where if I feel like I take it too far, I'll stop for a while, and that's just something that I've learned to become. And maybe that means that I'm no longer an addict. But I very much so, like, I always tread as if I still am an addict, because I know at any moment I could go back and it would be over.
Yeah, I love my cigarettes, and if anybody knows anything about addiction, it's a cigarette smoker. It's a really hard one to quit.
Because it has all sorts of terrible withdrawals.
You have to want to quit too. That's the
Well,
hard
that's
part.
like that with every drug. Like, I had to want to quit alcohol. Because, like, I don't know if you've ever quit cold turkey, especially alcohol and Xanax, which are a similar high with similar withdrawals. Like, you can have seizures and sit in your body. You just feel like no matter what, you just feel like you're never gonna feel happy again. Like, I had to go like a year and a half, 2 years, where every moment of my life I was just sitting there thinking I felt the best I'm ever gonna feel, and either I'm gonna be a drug addict again and I'm gonna feel good again, or I'm gonna be sober and miserable the rest of my life. And I just had to live with that. And it took years of being sober for me to realize that I could feel good again, I could have emotions again without being on drugs. But for the longest time, those withdrawals were me just sitting there like, I'm miserable. I could go for a drink right now. I could go and snort a line of something and I would feel really good. But you know what? I realize all the downsides, and like, my life is getting better, and that's good. Maybe if my life hadn't gotten any better, maybe if I was still an addict, maybe if my life hadn't gotten any better, like 2 years later and my life was worse or something, maybe I would have been an addict again. But thankfully, like, I could see and I felt like my life got better because I got sober. Like, I'd imagine it would be a lot worse. Like, I knew someone recently where he thought his life was gonna get better because he got sober, and he was sober for 5 years. And then one day he couldn't do it anymore, and he started smoking crack again. And he was like, when you ask him about it, he's like, I couldn't help it. I looked at my life and I thought it was gonna get better, and actually it got a little worse, or at least he felt like it got worse. And then he couldn't be sober anymore. He was like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? I got sober so I would feel better, and I feel worse. So fuck it. And now he's not sober anymore, and probably never will be again.
I feel like that's happened to me before. I think that happened to me when I was like 18. When I turned 18, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play it straight. I'm gonna live a life of sobriety. And I still found myself, you know, just generally lonely.
I mean, like, what do they say? You gotta learn how to be, you gotta be able to learn how to be able to find yourself in a way where you can be happy alone. So then if you can be content and not lonely when you're alone, if you can figure that out. We do have chat rules now. What are they, Taco Man? It does say don't be shy. How's it going, Taco Man? We're just talking about some heavy topics today.
Heavy fucking topics.
I am very thankful that I have the life I have, and I definitely feel like I'm in a very privileged position, because a lot of other people who walked similar shoes to me came out the other side and they either died or went to prison, or like they're living this life that's like a shell of its former self, where their life is sad and pathetic, and they're just getting by so that they can continue to have that feel-good high when they want it.
All kinds of shit.
Taco Man, we're kind of talking about like Kevin Hart. He grew up with like he grew up with a father who was a drug addict, and we're kind of talking about that, because drug addiction's a really scary thing. This all sort of came about because we were talking about the question of the day, which is, have you considered your existence? If you know what I mean. And then this all ties back, Tyler. So you believe life is a simulation. Well, what happens when to someone that's like doing drugs to escape their simulation?
Hang on a second.
All right.
It's just another filter. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm just thinking about what you said.
It's just another filter. Like you're playing a game and you add some kind of like
Like
you add a mod to it.
So like how in GTA San Andreas, you could do a cheat code and all of a sudden it was in riot mode and everyone was running around. You can do that with drugs in real life.
Well, I hope there won't be ever a drug that puts a Gatling gun in your hand. That would be kind of scary.
Well, yeah.
But I mean, like, I mean, you can do drugs in video games, man. You know?
Honestly, Taco Man, existentialism gave me a lot of anxiety, and it used to give me more anxiety than it gives me now, but I found that by facing the anxiety and talking about it, like putting myself in that anxiety-inducing state, I find comfort, and then eventually I'm able to talk myself to a point where I feel better. Like, I definitely feel like talking about my existence benefits me more than ignoring it, because I found that ignoring it just pushes it away, and then someday, and then it just makes it so it's bubbling and getting bigger. So rather than facing it now in little bits, it's like you're shoving it away so that someday you can face it in like a bigger clump.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hit you eventually, so you might as well get used to it.
Yeah, I've definitely learned that you cannot just bottle emotions forever. It just does not work. You got to definitely feel whatever you're meant to feel. You can think that people think they can hide from their emotions or this or that with whatever, but other than like drugs that can like completely take you out, you're really not hiding from them. They're still there. You're just putting a band-aid on it by not talking about it. And what you're doing is, instead of talking about it and learning and figuring it out so you can get past it and be better, you're just like putting it to the side and watching it grow, so that now when you have to tackle it, now you're tackling like 3 things at once or 4 things at once, instead of tackling that one thing that you could have tackled. Now you have to tackle 4 things of similar degree. That now makes it feel even more massive. It's like the best analogy would be like, you could pay this one bill on time, but okay, you missed that one bill. Like you had a credit card bill and you missed it. You could stop paying it and you could ignore it. But if you do, then it's only going to have interest added on, and then what happens is then you're like, well, I ignored that one, why don't I ignore this other one? And then it becomes harder and harder to tackle these bills because now there's more and more debt. So it's better to tackle them one at a time rather than to let them build up and ignore them. In the same way with figuring out your existence and figuring out where you want to go in life. Because very much so, Taco Man, when I was your age, I definitely ignored my future. I definitely wasn't equipped to think about where I was going in life. And I didn't try, and I just like, I thought it was better if I didn't. And I wish I had thought more about my future when I was your age, because I feel like I'm in a much less privileged position. Like, I am very much in a privileged position, but I feel like my life was very much stunted because I was afraid to look to the future. Well, I mean, the best thing you can do about it is to just think, like, Taco Man, your existence is in and out of your control at the same time. It's both in your control and out of your control. It's like a perception versus reality. So you're like, you say that you're not doing anything about your existence, but really you are. You started a hobby where you make models and stuff, and that's the best way that anyone could tackle their existence, is by
exercise your function.
Exercising your functions, for sure, like Tyler said, and just pushing forward and trying to figure out, well, okay, this is something that I like. How can I make this make me happy? How can I make this provide a future for me so that I'm not stuck in some dead-end job I hate? How can, or if you don't want it to be a career, how can I keep this hobby going so that I can have an escape from the reality that isn't always the reality that I want it to be? Because life can't be, if life catered to you, life would be no fun. Like, you definitely want life to have some pushback.
Right, because that helps you it's a lot like wrestling. You know it's fake, but you need some reassurance to make you believe that it's real.
And then it makes you feel better about the whole scenario when you've gotten that reassurance.
Right, because it makes it feel like, like you matter.
I mean, we do matter. We do and we don't.
Right,
It's
but
like
you
real
have to
complicated.
You know? You have to decide whether or not you want to, you know, whether you want your life to be made important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You choose your values, but you also have your own function because every person is made differently.
One thing I've learned for sure in questioning my own existence is that I just want to have the best life I can. And I don't want to waste any moment of the life I have because I know someday it's not guaranteed forever. So I just try to have a good time whenever I can. So like I'm not in a way where I'm letting the good time get in the way of my life or get in the way of my life or make my life or compromise the life that I have, but I definitely like value and try to make sure that in reasonable instances that I still have a good time and I still do things that bring me joy.
Yes. Like what metal?
And that's what the stream has very much so been for me. Is this is just me having a great time chatting with people. Like yesterday we had like 17 people in the stream and we were just here having a good time, totally zooming through life, beep bopping, and it was just great. And I love creating memories like that, and I never want to take this for granted because this is like one of the biggest luxuries that anyone could have, is the luxury that I get to stream.
Yeah, it really is, because it gives you an avenue, for lack of a better term, to showcase your vibration. It gives you a way to connect.
Yeah, it's definitely like we all need a sense of purpose, and while life might not necessarily have purpose overall, it gives me this channel to tunnel my purpose, to feel like I have purpose. And it definitely makes me feel real good.
Right, because other people can see you, and then that proves that you're real.
Yes. It's addicting in a lot of ways. Like, one thing I've learned is that Twitch very much so ticks a lot of the gambling addiction boxes.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
And there's the autosave.
Uh-oh. The cat's coming for me because I got chicken.
Now, is you not thinking about that good or bad, Taco Man? Because sometimes you could be like, I never thought about that, and I'm glad I just did. And other times you can be like, I never thought about that, and I wish I never had. This machine does not go very fast uphill. It definitely does the hills. It can handle hills, but it is slow. I don't connect as much with people given a lot of social anxiety, and I don't like interacting with people in person. Yeah, that's definitely like a thing that people don't think about, is that how you're perceiving a situation is not how someone else is perceiving it. So when they're giving you advice, you got to take their advice not like with a grain of salt, but at the same time with a grain of salt, because it's not like they're trying to lie to you. It's just that the way they're thinking about it is different than the way you're thinking about it. So they're not wrong and you're not wrong. You're just not on the same wavelength. And that's something that a lot of people forget, because like they take for granted that or they get aggravated. They're like, why aren't you just, like, I've seen people, they'll fight a little bit, maybe not in a way where it's disastrous to their relationship or their friendship, but they're like, why don't you just understand this the way I said it? I just said it. And sometimes it's like two people, they're thinking the same exact thing and they have the same exact answer in their head. They just can't explain it in the same way.
Yeah, it's very difficult to find a way to explain things to another person in the way that they would understand.
Yeah. And
You can do the best you can.
especially more so the farther removed you are from cultures. So like, I'd imagine it would be a hell of a lot harder to get someone who grew up in a Japanese culture where their culture is so drastically different from a Western culture. It's got to be harder to get them to understand a question or an answer than it would be to like get your parents to understand, because at least your parents, they had similar culture, they grew up in a similar way.
And they were there, you know? They've been around you the whole time.
Because, like, there's just things that people are like, how do they ever do that in China? How do they get away with this or that? And it's just like, well, culturally, you're not there. You don't understand their culture. It's not right or wrong. It's like, culturally, the Taliban is bad. They're really bad for the world, and we don't want there to be a Taliban. But culturally, we don't understand what they're going through, and they don't understand what they're going through, because they've only ever lived the life of a terrorist, and we've only ever lived the life that we live. And then we don't understand that it's like, that was the life that was shoved in front of them. They didn't necessarily have a choice. And they're seeing it from their perspective, which is different than from our perspective.
Yeah, they're fighting, you know?
Yeah.
There has to be a reason behind it. Nobody wakes up and chooses violence like that.
Well, I mean, technically, statistically, someone like Ted Bundy woke up and chose violence. Like, there is people who wake up and choose violence, it's just they're not the norm. So, like, the Taliban is, what, I don't know how many people are in the Taliban, but let's say there's 100,000 people in the Taliban across the Middle East. A vast majority of them are not waking up and choosing violence. They're just getting presented violence and having to deal with it and react to it. Some of them might choose violence. And here I am just choosing to sit in this little cab and ride around in my machines and just have a good time on Twitch. I am choosing to newt. Did you see my new PFP, Tyler?
I'm not watching the stream right now.
No, but it's on my Discord.
Oh.
It's gonna be my PFP for everything for now. Cause like.
Oh, your little penguin?
Yeah, I took my old PFP, which was like a Joe Rogan as a bard that someone created, and I superimposed the penguin face on it. The Pingu face on it.
Very good. I saw it. I seen it.
We always have the choice, and I always choose the choice. My choice is to newt or to not newt. And I'm choosing to be here zooming around having a great time.
To newt or not to newt.
And I've talked to a lot of people who like casually tried streaming, or like they set everything up and they're like, I did everything right and it didn't work. And then they're like, the hardest part was just talking the whole time. And for me, like, that's like kind of easy. Now the hard part for me is like talking in a way that's interesting for the viewer, and I'm learning that. But the hardest part for a lot of people is talking at all, and I'm like, that's not hard for me. Now it's just a matter of me figuring out how to talk in a way where everyone enjoys it.
Yeah, especially when you got your boy.
I'm glad that you liked my PFP, Taco Man. It's a great start in that direction. I mean, someday I'll be in a different position. I don't know if I'll ever be this great graphic designer. I'm not. Some people just have skills and some people don't. And that's just something that never will be skills for me. But someday I'll be in a place where I can find the right people who I can hire or pay to make me better PFPs, and that'll come with time. I would love to have stuff like that happen. It's just a time and a place, and right now the time and the place is for me. I needed to have my own PFP and my own logos, and I don't have the skills to make something better, so the time and the place is we're making do with what we can, and I made something kind of cool to the best of my ability.
Yeah, Taco Man.
And it really is wild. Like, I talk to people all the time, Tyler, like, because I'm into this, I was like, I gotta network. Like, networking's important. So I just try to meet as many people as possible that are doing this, that are at a similar wavelength to me, so I can just learn from them and such. And the one thing that people keep telling me is like, you're doing everything right, you're checking every box correctly, and you just gotta stick it out. And a couple of people even, they tell me like, you're growing a lot faster than I did, and you're doing really well, and I wish the best for you.
That's good to hear, man. That's that echolocation I was talking to you about.
It just sort of like, for me, it's like, doesn't make any sense. I'm like, I'm just doing me, I'm just having a good time. Like, yes, I have some pride in the fact that I made a Twitch overlay that's really unique, because no one else is streaming on Windows XP. But like, I know my limitations, and I don't feel like I'm like I definitely think that if I was to blow up in the next year and become like a mega streamer, I would definitely get some kind of imposter syndrome about it. I would feel some sort of way, in a way where, like, I feel like I don't deserve this. Like, how did this happen? This can't be real.
Yes.
And that happens a lot. Some of my favorite creators over the years that I've, like, listened to their advice year after year, like John Hill, he struggled with imposter syndrome for a long time because he became a pro skateboarder and this and that, and like a famous YouTuber, and he was like, I got all this money and I'm doing really well and my life's going really well and I'm having a kid and I'm married, but he's like, I feel like based on the child that I had and the decisions I made, I feel like I don't deserve this. And I do agree, slower growth is better than sudden growth because you have the time to figure things out, but then you also have the time to make connections with people and get people to like you for you. I definitely like seeing everything happen with Dream. Definitely made me keenly aware to that, because like, he's someone who's done everything right. He's a decent person, and he's a little weird, a little cringy, but who isn't? But yet everyone hates him for no reason at all. And like, then when people throw false accusations at him, even when he disproved everything, people were like, I don't even want to see his video. I don't even want to know his opinion, because they're like, they don't like him. And it's just because I feel like he grew up so quickly that the internet didn't have time to respect him, because they're looking at him like you see the creators who grew up, they want to see a creator who struggles a while. Like people really respect Penguin Zero, because Moist Critical Charlie, he streamed for like 8 years where he made no money, or where he wasn't making no money, because he just did it because he wanted to. Like, making YouTube content and streaming just cuz. And like, what Dream, he was in the right place at the right time with the right tools, where he could just figure it out and he could just grow, and he got 10 million subscribers in like 2 years.
Not bad.
Which is great, but it's just like, nothing ever feels authentic, and like, there's just like this thing about that where it feels like he's stuck in this spiral where no one's ever gonna truly respect him. But that's not necessarily true, because I think that all of these allegations, not only are they humbling him and like having this negative perception about him that isn't true, but it's also like making people be like, you know what? People are starting to wake up and be like, you know what? He is a cool person and he definitely earned this. It's just getting there, and he has to go through a lot of shit to get there, because he didn't earn it when he was a small creator streaming to 2 viewers for 2 months or for 2 years. Like, he just like, he figured it out right away and just kept grinding it out.
Yeah.
So I'm like, definitely not trying to rush this. I'm just letting it go at whatever pace it wants to go at.
Yeah, that's just dumb luck.
Yeah. It was a little bit of luck, but it's also like, he had the skills and the mindset, and he was in the right place at the right time.
Pretty much.
Like, cause like, he got famous. He started getting famous in 2019, and then the pandemic happened and everyone was stuck inside. And then it was just like the right place at the right time for him to take advantage, and then he was just like, he blew up because he was making the right content. If he had made the content he made that blew him up in like 2015, he probably would have still got big, but not as quickly, because it wasn't the right place at the right time.
I was blowing up.
And I do agree, Taco Man, like, Like, people liked him for shallower things, so they never really figured out, like, they never really got to know him on a deeper level because they liked him because he made this really good content. And then he also, like, he never helped his situation. Like, he put himself in a bad place because, like, someone made a joke about how his fans were kittens, so then he was like, okay, you're all kittens. And it just adds to this, making people not want to like him because people are like, this motherfucker, he's so insufferable, he calls his fans kittens.
But they don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perspective. I mean, that's perception.
And while Dream is never a content creator that will be for me, it's never someone I'm gonna go out of my way to watch. Like, I've learned to, after seeing everything happen, and especially seeing, I've seen it over the years 4 or 5 times, where big creators are given all these false accusations from someone that was once in their life or someone that is in their life. They're saying that they're this or that, and then with no proof, and then people just cancel the person, and then people end up looking stupid, like what happened with Pro Jared. He was going through a messy divorce, and his wife spread all these rumors about how awful he was. And then a whole bunch of people reported on it as if he was an awful person without asking him his side of the story. Not one person asked him, hey, how do you feel about this, or what's going on? And then he came through and disproved everything, and everyone felt really shitty about it, but it was just like, it's too late. All these videos are already out there. People already did all these smear campaigns. You know what I mean?
I mean, the same thing happened to Tupac, you know? He got hit with some allegations and he was acquitted, but like the judge still wouldn't like budge. It was very obvious that, you know, he was biased.
Well, that's like the perception is everything kind of thing. Tupac was definitely this person where he would have this conversation with someone on TV and say the most profound shit ever, where he was like, we got to take down the system, we're going to do this. And he would say something that really was really profound, that you really, really should have thought about. You really should have put your mind to. But then what would happen is, he would then turn around a moment later and he would do something really rah-rah, some gangster shit. And then it would completely, like, make people who wanted to respect him for what he just said think, well, we can't really respect him because he's also, like, on this gang shit that makes no sense.
Right.
I think that about that a lot. And Tupac died really young, but I think about how he might have become the Kanye of his time if he hadn't have died. Like, he might have spiraled into something like Kanye, where Kanye spiraled into insanity. Like, because Kanye was very much so this really profound guy saying really profound things and having a really profound message, but at the same time he was doing this gangster shit. Not gangster shit, but he was doing this like rapper shit. And then he just sort of spiraled into the man he is today, where he's talking to Alex Jones about about this or that to do with these awful people that once lived and how he believes what they were standing for. Like, I very much so think if Tupac had lived as long as Kanye, he would have been on some gangster, he would have been on some shit like that too. He would have went crazy. So it almost is better for his image. People respect him more and look back at him more fondly because of the fact that he died so young, because he wasn't able to, as they say, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain.
I've been there.
And I think we need to get more wood is what it is. So we need to go for some chopping of some trees. Because we're running out of these wood docks and we need more of them. What did you say? I'm still stuck inside. Metallica before befell. I agree. Metallica is definitely the same thing, where they just lived. They either die a hero or they live long enough to become a villain. And Metallica became a villain for a long time. Now that subsided, and like people respect Metallica again these days. But they definitely had to go through a period during like when Saint Anger came out, where they had to be like the villain to the world. Like, to get to a place where no one respected them, where they were like, Napster's this great villain, I'm not rich enough. I'm not. Because like that was the whole reason why Metallica became a villain, because Napster came out and like people were file sharing songs and they were like, this is awful, it's going to destroy the music industry. But coming from the wealthiest people in the music industry, it left a bad taste in their mouth. They're like, what are you talking about? You're already worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You're not wealthy enough.
Yeah, you get like a signing bonus. Like, get the fuck out of here.
It was like different if it was like some young guy who maybe had made a couple of albums and now he wasn't making any money because of the internet. It would be different if like he was like against Napster, but it left a real bad taste in our mouth that all the biggest musicians worth all the biggest amounts of money were going for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, what did you say? It says Metal T. I thought you, and then you said typo, so I thought you were talking about Metallica. Metal T befall Samtaganak. I can't spell ugh. I don't like Kanye, but I really like his sampling and stuff. Bloody Genius, like his hip hop version of. I agree. He was like he had figured out life and he had it going right, and then he just took it too far and he just spiraled in his mind. So it's like this thing I've talked about before. I've maybe not on stream, but it's like there was this moment somewheres in time where Kanye was as brilliant as he was ever gonna be. Where if you had listened to Kanye at that moment in time, you would have learned some really profound shit and made your life better. And like whatever he was saying would have bettered the world. But because he spiraled and now he's like this awful person almost, like he does these awful things, he says these awful things. We know that he's no longer brilliant and we don't know where that moment is, so we can never know. So we're looking at his whole life as if we're looking at it all like, how do I put this? You got to look at it as if he was always crazy, because we don't know where the brilliance was, so we can never know. So whatever brilliant shit he had has completely been nullified by the fact that he went crazy. I mean, he probably is something like that. He probably does have mental health issues, but it's hard to say that we know for certain because we're not around him.
Right.
So, like, he could be bipolar. Someone could have said he's bipolar. A doctor could have said he's bipolar, but we don't really know. All I know for certain is that he at one point in time, he was doing stuff that seemed really profound, and then he stopped seeming profound, and then he started seeming crazy, and now we never will know, was what he was saying profound or was it crazy? Because who knows? For all we know, he always was crazy. We'll never know where that moment was.
So, it's an interesting way to see that. And things tend to get blurry when you're trying to figure out, like, well, what's left of this, illusion.
Agreed. It definitely became like a profound craziness, Taco Man. I agree. But like there was probably a moment in time. Now I don't know what that is. I can't speak on this, and I wouldn't try to. But there was definitely a moment sometime in Kanye's life between when he was born and now where he was as profound as he was ever going to be and not crazy. And we'll just never know when that was because we weren't in his head and we weren't around him. But there is probably there's probably people out there who took in some profound shit he said and now are great people because of his profound shit. There's probably some celebrities out there who are like, you know what, Kanye is crazy, but like I wouldn't be the man I am today if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, try to keep in mind that no matter what happens to the individual, they cannot stop being said individual.
Yes.
Just because Kanye's lost his mind doesn't mean that he's not Kanye. And it doesn't mean that he didn't do anything he's ever done before. It's not to be discredited. It's the whole like.
And it's not, but we have to discredit him because the reason that the people want to discredit him, and the argument for discrediting him is because even if you shouldn't discredit his work from the past, the problem is that if you support his work from the past, you're giving him money now that he can use to further his craziness. So like if he's doing something awful now, by you supporting something from the past where he was being profound, you're giving him money that he can then use to spread more hate.
I ain't giving nobody money. I don't know.
Well, you know what I mean, though, because like he makes money from Spotify listens. So if you listen to his song, you are in turn giving money to someone who is spreading hate about Jews. And like, I do not condone anything that Kanye says today. He might be, like we said earlier, he might be saying something and meaning something different. But it comes across as him saying something and meaning something, and it's very hurtful to a lot of people, and I can't condone that. And he is unable to look at it he's unable to step aside and look at it from a clean slate, and because of that, it's hard for me to want to support him. So like, it's probably hard to avoid him completely. Like, it'll come up, and it's hard to say that his music wasn't profound, but like, I won't go out of my way to listen to his music because I don't want to think that I'm supporting someone that was saying, well, at least he picked a good time to hate Jews because the Jews did awful stuff a few months later in Israel to the Hamas. Like, but like, there's no excuses. Like, he did something awful, and I will never condone that.
Right. My thought process going into it is like, okay, he did something bad based on, you know, whatever it is that he did. Why is he doing that? Why is he letting it being known that he's making it public that he's doing these things that are not acceptable by society? He's purposely getting in front of the camera and just putting himself out there. There must be a reason behind it.
Well, not necessarily. He could just he could just be going crazy.
It's show business, though.
Like,
show business.
It definitely feels, but another thing that really stuck out to me was like when he was going through a divorce with Kim and he was losing custody of his kids, and all he had to do was shut his mouth, go out of the public light for a while, and just go to child court and like say, hey, I want shared custody of my kids, I want my kids in my life, I want them to see me and have a good father. And he didn't do that, and that's where I drew the line, and that's where I was like, okay, you're saying crazy shit that's hurtful, and that's something that you shouldn't do, sure. But realistically, you are doing that at the expense of your kids having a good father in their lives, and that's a shame. Like, realistically, like, he should have put his head down for his kids, and he couldn't do that, and that was kind of where I really drew the line, like you're spreading hateful shit, sure. That's awful, and you shouldn't do that, and we want you to stop. But you also compromised getting to be the parent for your kids that they need you to be, and that's not okay.
No, I didn't know anything about that, about the custody, until you just mentioned that. But again, as soon as you mention it, my first question is, why did he do that?
Like, he did in fact defend Kanye did in fact defend Bill Cosby and say, hey, Bill Cosby's like he did things that aren't okay, but like, we shouldn't keep being mad at him. He couldn't help himself. And it's just like, why are you saying that? It's like, that's like a weird argument to make. Like, yes, Bill Cosby, maybe he couldn't control himself, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't put him away or that he shouldn't. And then the craziest thing about all that is that because Bill Cosby had better lawyers and because of a technicality in the way his court proceedings went and the way the filings went, Bill Cosby got away with everything. He's free now. He's a free man. He's not in prison. He never will be. And the judge had to say, when the judge had to tell everyone, hey, he's getting off, we're letting him out today, the judge was like, he's guilty as shit, I know he is, but because of the way we proceeded wrong and because of the lawyers he has, we have to let him out. I'm sorry. And now Bill Cosby is a free man, even though everyone in that courtroom believes he's guilty as shit. They had to let him go because it was something to do with the way the trial went. They had done something wrong to where it made it so that he wasn't in custody legally, and that's just one of those things where it pays to have money and it pays to have a good lawyer.
Yeah, it was a mistrial then.
Yeah, pretty much. They put it in a mistrial and they were like, we're letting you out. And like, I'm sure that there is people today figuring out how we can get him back in jail, but currently he still is not in jail. He's still a free man living somewhere in Pennsylvania. Like, he's probably staying out of the public eye. Like, I haven't heard nothing from him, but I'm sure he's still out there, still having the same awful thoughts, still trying to thinking in the back of his mind, when can I do this again? When can I get away with this?
How long How long until he starts selling Jello again?
I don't know, but it is really, really, really odd looking at those Puddin' Pop commercials and him making all those jokes about shoving Puddin' Pops in kids' mouths and being like, you can totally tell that this man was making pedophile jokes.
Oh, like his shit's not aging very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Bad. Very bad. Very, very bad.
I would hope that there is someone out there, because I see it online where you'll see people who like obsess over someone who does something awful and they look to make their way as hellish as possible. I hope that there's people out there who are trying to make Bill Cosby's life hell, because clearly the judicial system failed everyone, and like, you know how people in prison will see that happen and like they'll take it upon themselves to like make a pedophile's life hell because they feel like the judicial system isn't doing enough. I hope there's someone out there like prank calling Bill Cosby or DDoSing him or like trying to get him offline or make his life inconvenient. But either way, he's still out there, he's still free until someone either kills him or he goes back to jail or prison. He's out there, and there's still the potential that he could hurt more people.
Motherfucker.
I remember watching this podcast where this lady was like, oh, she was just at a park and she met Bill Cosby, and she was like a 20-something-year-old, and then like he like gave her all the connections so that she could be in Hollywood, and then he would like invite her out in these really weird scenarios, and she never thought about it, but she was like, looking back, she was like, I narrowly dodged being like date raped by him, like having him give me drugs, because like she always she canceled at the last minute and didn't go on it, but she very much so could have been one of those people. And that's crazy to think about. Or like there was this lady who I seen talk in interviews before where she was like in the 70s, she was just hitchhiking because that was the thing people did back then. Like it was still okay to hitchhike in the 70s. And she got in a car that was Ted Bundy's car, and she didn't even realize who it was. And if she hadn't have gotten out of that car, she could have very much so become just another victim. She could have been dead. Imagine how that's got to make you perceive life, knowing that you narrowly avoided something that dozens of other people didn't. Dozens of other people died and you didn't. And then like how that makes you feel, because you were like, because like the situation worked out in a way where you just got away.
I know this is terrible, but I can't stop thinking about the hitchhiker scene in There's Something About Mary.
Ah, yes.
Now hear me out.
I am hearing you out.
7-minute abs.
7-minute abs?
Yep.
What's
8
the
minutes.
what's the reference that I'm not getting?
So the hitchhiker, he got in Ben Stiller's car and he started saying how he's going to reinvent the infomercial.
Oh
They go
yeah,
from
and it's 7-minute abs.
Yeah. He's going to start this whole thing. But he's like really going into it, you know, he's really feeding into this, this project he wants to do. But really, he's just a fucking murderer. You know, he's got a body bag. Literally, like, put a body bag in the car with him as he was hitchhiking.
Hey, you haven't seen that movie in a while. I love that movie.
And then it was a big raid because he was like, yo, I gotta stop taking piss. He's gonna stop at this truck stop. And there was a huge raid because you know what happens at truck stops. And so the murderer ran away and left the body bag in Ben Stiller's car. So now they think that Ben Stiller is the fucking murderer.
I like that he plays this like character in a lot of movies where the whole idea is that he's just playing this guy that's awkward as shit, and he's just sort of like, the best way to put it is like Ben Stiller himself is not funny, but he always casts himself into roles where the situation around him becomes funny.
Yes.
Like he's not trying to do something funny. He's trying to be as serious as possible in scenarios where being serious becomes funny.
Right. Because he gets highly inconvenienced.
Like, have you ever seen the show Freaks and Geeks, Tyler?
I love that show.
Ben Stiller's in that, and he does that. He has a character in that that emphasizes that very well. Where in the episode he's in, he's one of the security guards for the president. Except the whole premise is that he's like having an emotional breakdown because he thought his life would be better by now, and it's not. And like he's like, the whole thing is that he's just sitting there talking to high school students about how his life sucks and he wish it didn't, even though he's supposed to be there doing a really good job. And like he's just like completely questioning everything.
Yeah. I really liked him in his cameo for Happy Gilmore, where he was like an orderly who was a total dick.
Yeah.
And Tropic Thunder was great because he's an idiot. He's always good at playing an idiot.
Have you ever seen the Ben Stiller show?
No, I haven't.
Would you want to? It's free. I know where to get it for free. It's like actually like literally it's free. Free for streaming on YouTube right now, I think.
Can't think of a reason to say no.
It's not like this spectacular show, but it's just like another sketch comedy show from the 70s, and it's just featuring Ben Stiller. It was like an HBO show.
I know what you mean, but now that you mention it, I really wish there was a show called Spectacular Show.
Like, what would it be about? Explain.
It would be over the top. It would be like very
So it's like a bunch of actors doing like Saturday Night Live sketches, but instead of it being like them doing normal acting, they're trying to be as spectacular, over the top as possible. So they're trying to be Calculon.
It's got to be very like
they're being like, my deepest apology, sir. I did not mean to bump into you. I'm so sorry. Like they're overacting it with dramatic pauses and everything.
Yeah, everything's got to be completely over the top. It's got to be like fast, not fast paced, but very like, you know, an emotional roller coaster. Because it's got to be a spectacular. It's got to be a show of a show too, in order for that to work.
So you want it to be a show about people making a show?
Yeah. Because in fact, and I'm only getting this from a movie idea where they
like 30 Rock.
No, have you ever seen Moulin Rouge?
What is that? I don't think I have.
Oh wow. Real quick, just hear me out. This writer moves to France, and he wants to write a book about love, like a romance or something. But the only problem is he's never had the experience before. But he ends up meeting all the right people. He runs into a pimp and his number one, this guy who runs a burlesque show essentially, and his number one asset. And long story short, they end up coming up with a deal that they're gonna turn their brothel slash burlesque show into a theater.
So like Rocky Horror Picture Show?
In the movie, the show is about a show. So he goes in as the narrator, telling you the story about how he wanted to write a story, and he ran into these actors who wanted to pitch the idea to the burlesque show that they should turn the burlesque into a theater so they can showcase their plays. But then, as the writer who's writing this story to you, he falls in love and uses what he's going through as the narrative for the play. So, ironically, the play and his real life love interest end up repeating the same exact acts. That makes sense?
Yeah.
But when the pimp is trying to pitch the idea to the investor, he calls it like at the top of his head, he calls it the play called spectacular. Because he's like, all right, well, what's the play called? He's like, spectacular. And if you kind of like mince the words of using the word twice, because it's one of those words, it's a play on words. A spectacular would have to be an over-the-top show about an shit. It's so hard to explain that. Am I making any sense?
Yes and no. What you're saying makes sense, but what you want it to be doesn't make sense. Like, it just sounds like you want to make something that's already been made.
Right. I'm not saying I'm reinventing the wheel here, but for there to be a show called Spectacular Show, it would have to be a show about a show. Like 30 Rock, for example. Yes.
Yeah. Because 30 Rock is a show about a show.
Yeah. And the show is called 30 Rock, but it's about a show called 30 Rock.
Yes.
Yeah. I recently saw, what's his name, Alec Baldwin do an impersonation of Tracy Morgan, and it was hilarious.
He's in jail right now.
Tracy Morgan or
Alec Baldwin, forever probably.
Oh my God, for the shooting?
Yeah, like he might go to jail for the rest of his life.
But it was an accident.
It was, and they're appealing it, but he is currently in prison serving a sentence. They're trying to appeal it, so they're like, I should serve sometime maybe. And he's like, but not, and like, let's say he is in prison, but let's take that with a grain of salt, because he's wealthy, so he's probably in like luxury prison. He's not in normal prison.
Yeah, he's eating Ben and Jerry's, baby.
He's in how do they put it? I fucked up. It's just what it is.
I'm just tired of these motherfucking snakes in this motherfucking house.
Looks like we lost Taco Man.
There's some holes in this house. There's some holes in this house. You watch anime?
Sometimes. I like older animes. So like I'll watch an anime for nostalgic reasons more than I like to watch animes for anime's sake.
Yeah, but have you seen Cyberpunk?
No. Like I said, I haven't watched a lot of newer animes.
You should. I know you just said that, but I'm telling you, man, this one really takes the cake, bro.
I mean, I'm sure it does, and that's not like to take anything away from the cake that you're presenting. It's just a matter of I only have so much time in any given day. So it's just like between what I do, I don't have time to take up new hobbies. So like my one friend has been obsessed with trying to get me to play tabletop games for years. He's like, you gotta play the Warhammer, you'll like it. But I can only take in so much information, and I know that if I did start watching something like that, it would take away from everything else that I've had, and I don't want that.
Okay. I understand.
It's just like I don't have enough time in the day. Like there's like I am much more inclined to watch an anime movie than I am to watching like a anime series, because I don't like the idea of, like, for years everyone has been like, you need to watch One Piece, it's great, and I would love to watch One Piece, except for the fact that for me to watch it, it would be like 6, 7, 8 months of my life gone, and I don't want to lose that much time.
Yeah, it does sound pretty steep. What if it was only one season?
But it's still like it's just like a thing that's not for me.
All right.
So like There's a couple of anime series I've seen before, and which is fine with me, because then if it's a series that I've seen, I don't have to really pay attention. Whereas if I was watching something new, I'm like forced to pay attention, like kind of forced.
You like Initial D?
I do, and I've seen it all, so watching it is not a big to do, because then I can just go and watch it.
Right. I think I'm going to make another attempt.
Are you gonna succeed at your attempt?
Don't know. Play this damn Resident Evil
On stream?
What?
On stream?
No, just to get familiar with it. It's one of the Resident Evil games I'm least familiar with, because I don't know. I just don't think I owned it as a kid.
Yeah.
And then as I got older, the remake came out, so I played that a lot more. But yeah, we're gonna give it the old-fashioned try.
At some point, we might want to make some wood walls too. That could be useful.
I'll be right back.
All right.
2 seconds.
There we go. Now we're starting to see profits from our labor. And it does look that way. At all of that. Wow. Oops.
All right, for the love of Christmas morning, we are going to fucking nail it.
Hey, I have a question, Tyler.
Sure, buddy.
Is Mark ZYNK, is that, who is that? Is that someone we know? Is that Martel's other account?
I don't know if any other accounts by Mark.
It's just someone else that has 15,000 subscribers, and he plays, it looks like they stream a lot of, what's that game called?
Zombies Ate My Neighbors?
No, it's the game where you play soccer as cars.
Jesus Christ.
What's it called?
I have no idea.
And in a very much a similar way, it's like similar content to that other creator, WZW Mercy. He also plays that game.
Damn, what's the name of that stupid game?
Rocket League.
Rocket League. Yeah. If it's VCW, it might be I think his name is VCW Mercury.
Yeah, but that's not who it is, because it says this other account is Mark. It's like Mark New York, Mark ZYNK, Mark Zink, and then it's similar content, and he like watches every one of my streams because I can see all the viewers who have stopped in my stream at least a little bit, and he's in it, and it always shows his name in my streams. And I was thinking that maybe because Mark also, your roommate Mark also has a Twitch, that maybe he had a separate Twitch that was like a private Twitch. But then I was looking at the account and I was like, holy crap, this thing has a lot of followers, and they make a lot of they used to make a lot of content.
I don't know. I'd have to ask him.
Let's see. Can I hear it? It's not showing. This definitely looks like something that could be Mark, because I'm looking at the one VOD that's still available and there's no more sound, so we can't tell who was talking originally. But in the portion of the video that I can watch, it's showing them using Python script, and then it's also showing them playing Minesweeper, which both sound like Mark kind of things.
Mark doesn't play Minesweeper, and I know he doesn't play Rocket League.
But does he do Python scripting?
He doesn't really explain to me how he does his process. So I honestly wouldn't know.
Do you think you would know if he had a secret second streaming life?
Maybe. No, because no, that would be crazy. I did suggest on the group chat that an angry mob show up to force Mark to put WZW back on YouTube.
Does that mean we'd get to watch the domination that we want to watch?
If he decides to upload everything, yes.
I thought you said it was already uploaded and you just privated it all.
Right, but it's still under his access.
Yeah, like
that.
So you're telling me there's a chance we could see Domination 2009?
There's a chance. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but there's a possibility. I think the best thing I would like to do is record the whole entirety of its history on VHS.
Wait, what do you mean?
I would like to.
Mark ZY New York. Let's go to here. Check out this Just Chatting stream.
Me?
No, it's on the stream.
I'm pretty useless right now.
This is not Mark because he's listening to Kanye West. I think as I seen that the person was using Python script on stream and that their account was Mark, that it must be the same Mark that does Yut TV, because we seen him streaming Yut TV. We seen Martel doing Python script in a similar way.
I mean, he's at work right now.
Yeah, it's not like this guy's streaming right now. I just noticed that if you go into my viewers on my stream, it'll show you everyone who stopped in the stream at least for a little bit. And one of the people who stops in every stream, I've seen it every stream, is Mark ZYNK. I wonder if some of these people think that they're lurking for me and they're not. Because Lurking's a thing on Twitch where you go in someone's stream and you run it in the background with the volume off, so that you don't have to listen to it, but so that you can give them the view that they want, so that they can get closer to making some money. And it's not like Twitch wants everyone to know that you can do that, so they like Twitch tries to put a stop to it. So if someone's lurking, he might think he's lurking, might have pulled it up, but then because he muted the stream, it wouldn't show up.
Yeah, I've done that for you sometimes.
Yeah, you gotta make sure if you put my stream up and you want to lurk, that you mute the tab in the browser. You don't mute the stream. The volume still has to be on the stream, or Twitch doesn't count it as a view. They're like, he turned the volume off and he stepped away from viewing it. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Because, like, lurking's cool and it's something that we like, but, like, we all know that Twitch isn't gonna want to tell their advertisers, hey, these viewers aren't real. They're not really seeing your ads. They're real people, but they're just like stepping away. They're not gonna hear your ad.
Yeah, yeah. And when it comes down to brass tacks, that shit adds up.
Yeah, because they pay everyone. We all can make a living. Everyone who makes a living on Twitch makes a living because those advertisers feel confident placing their products on this website. Put this away. We spent some more money, but that's all right. Gotta spend money to make money, right, Tyler?
I wouldn't know. I'm a broke ass motherfucker.
Oh.
Like,
So for you, it's just you gotta spend money to live.
yeah. I'm fighting to survive. But hopefully that interview worked out for me.
Did you hear back from them yet?
They said to hit them up on Friday. They know
That's the one job, right?
Yeah, that's they told me to, because they said I told them I worked for them before.
Just make sure that right now when you're talking about it, that there's no reason for you to name outright what the job is.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to avoid that, honestly.
I'm just making sure that you knew, because I know some people aren't necessarily as keenly aware of what streaming is, that whatever you say here is kind of permanent, and even if it's like something innocent like where you're going to work, if someone doesn't like you and they found out you might go work there, they could come harass you. Not to say that that's you, but you never know what could happen down the road. Like I definitely say don't take your privacy for granted, because in the streaming world, privacy is not a given. Like, you're giving that up in exchange for a lot of things, and that's something that I'm willing to take, and the journey I'm willing to make. But I just wanted you to be aware too, that to try to be proactive with your privacy when you talk about stuff on stream.
Yeah. I was able to notice and like mention something just in subtlety, you know?
Yeah. I just when we switched to that topic, I was like, I'll just make sure that he doesn't say it outright, because nothing bad's gonna happen of it. But you never know what could happen. The internet's a crazy place. We see innocent people get canceled all the time, and then usually it takes them proving that they're innocent for to turn around. But it's like you're guilty until proven innocent in the cultural public opinion. There's this one streamer, Tyler, that makes me real sad. There's this creator who, like, he made content where he would cosplay, he'd dress up as the characters from different Call of Duty games. Well, what happened to him was some other creator had just come out and accused him of being a pedophile. Like, outright accused him with no like real proof, but everyone would just assume they had the proof and they would get it. Well, what happened was a whole bunch of really big creators had found out about it, so they canceled him. They were like, went on smear campaigns about how it's awful that this pedophile is making a living online, like, without actually knowing anything. And then the guy ended up not being able to take it, and he killed himself.
What? And it was never proven whether or
No,
not...
they ended up having people come out that knew him in real life, ended up coming out and proving that he was innocent. And like the person who was guilty was the person who accused it is like just still out there. And then all these people who like reported on it without asking him or like getting both sides, they have to live with the rest of their life knowing that they were partially responsible for someone's death. Like they did something really innocent that they didn't mean any harm.
I
And
bet that person give a shit.
the person who did it probably doesn't give a shit.
No, he
But-
definitely doesn't give a shit.
But like that's just like some of the risks of being online.
Yeah. That's why, like, if I were to stream my face, I'm just gonna wear a mask.
Well, it's not just that. It's just like, even if you don't share anything specifically, someone might just find out who you are, and that's okay. It's gonna happen, but I like try to be proactive. Like it's like it's inevitable, honestly, but you might as well not make it easy.
Right.
Like you could say that it's inevitable for someone to get your credit card information if you're just putting it out on every website, and that's probably true, but why would you make it easy for them to hack you? And it's just like that. Like, not that you've done anything wrong, not that I've done anything wrong, but I don't want people to think they can come to my house, or like there's just some boundaries that I would like to not have out there, and someday they might be out there. And someday it's inevitable, but I would like to think that it's fine. It's just like one of those very scary things that I see every creator deal with.
Right.
Lots of creators talk about it. It's just a thing. But I also feel like people avoid talking about it, and I think like that's no good either. Like, sure, none of us want this to happen, it shouldn't happen, but ignoring it when it happens is good in the moment because you don't want to glorify the person who did it or give them some satisfaction, but at the same time, if you don't talk about it, then no one learns the repercussions, or like it might stop someone from doxing someone, or from going to their house or swatting them, if they see what the effects truly are, how it can really hurt someone. Like it's a scary thing. Like the thought that someone could call the police in your area and say something really awful about you and your location, and then if they say the right things, the police will come with a SWAT team as if you're ready to kill everyone.
Yeah, there should be protocols against that.
There is, but the issue is that the internet, there is just enough tools on the internet to where you can be pretty much anonymous with one of those phone calls, where they would never be able to figure out who made that call or from where. So like, while there is definitely laws, like if you were to get caught doing that, you're definitely serving some jail time. But most people, it's like, unless that's a complete idiot who decides to do it, most people, they just know they can get away with it because there's no way for, you know what I mean? No way for them to be traced a lot of the time, or at least they feel that way. Maybe someday that'll change, and it does change. There is definitely people online who are like the exact opposite of that. There is like hackers online who make it known that they're hacking for good. Like there's this guy who hunts pedophiles online.
I was following this one guy who used to like expose scammers from other countries.
Yeah, that stuff's cool. So like there is people working against it, making it more difficult, making people feel like it's not worth trying to dox or swat someone, but it still happens. It happened to Jack's Films in like October, when Sniper Wolf just went to his house and like went on her Instagram and was just like, "Come outside, Jack. I want to talk." That's not okay. That's not okay, because now, like, with the way image recognition is nowadays, and with the way people can just figure out a location of someone just from that image of the front of his house and that little bit of that video, people can triangulate where he is.
Yep.
So like now if there's bad faith actors, he has to be worried about them. Not to say that Jack's film specifically, because I don't think that there's a lot of bad faith actors, and I don't think everyone has a bad faith actor, but now he has to live with the thought that he never knows if there will be a bad faith actor, you know?
Yep.
So yeah, putting yourself out there is it's a thing.
I mean, it's a risk you gotta take, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it shouldn't be that way. And there should be steps made to make sure that, you know, that doesn't happen.
I agree.
Major waste of money, first of all.
What is?
Like if you swat somebody, that's a lot of fucking tax
Oh
dollars
yeah,
going.
like it literally is. You didn't mean for the person doing the swatting. You meant for everyone else involved.
Just to prevent that kind of innocent kind of thing happening. The whole thing.
And you know that
The person,
that can happen to regular people. It just doesn't. Usually, the reason it happens to streamers is because they're the people who do it. Like, it's more satisfying if you can know that you did it. And with a streamer, if they're live streaming, you might find out that you did it because the stream will end abruptly, and you'll think, well, it was definitely the SWAT.
yeah.
But some streamers actually have like safeguards for that, so they make it look like you never got swatted. So like they'll have the stream running on a backup somewhere else, and it'll just pivot to a different type of content for a little while.
Yes.
Ooh, I am zooming pretty good, Tyler.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Usually when I have these little baby smoke sessions, I feel something, but I don't get to appreciate them because I've been doing all those bigger highs. This is much more feeling it.
I'm I just smoked a little Chiefski.
That's cool.
On the one time.
Do you like smoking spliffs?
Is that tobacco rolled with weed in a blunt?
No, if it's maybe in a blunt, but you can also do it like how people will take a roll-in machine and buy the cigarette cones, and then you can fill the cigarettes yourself, and you just mix the weed with a little bit of tobacco.
I'm good.
Because it seems like that would be like a way you could quit smoking cigarettes, is if you switch to smoking those.
Maybe I'll just have to buy a vape that I can get used to.
Because it's not because then if you're doing it that way, you're only smoking the tobacco, and you can control that there's no nicotine or other chemicals in it.
Right. I don't know. I gotta want to quit smoking cigarettes. That's the key.
And you don't want it.
Not right now.
Well, you gotta think, what are the benefits of you quitting?
I'm not smoking as much as I used to, so
That's a positive. But like, if you quit smoking, what are the benefits that you could see?
nothing. It would be exactly the fucking same. Maybe have an extra $20 in my pocket.
And that's why you don't want it.
Right. It's just another $20 in my pocket that I would end up blowing on something else anyway. Because I would have to like find a way to fill that void.
So you would switch to drinking more alcohol, smoking more weed, or eating gum, and no matter what you switch to, it's gonna be expensive.
Yeah, it's like just $20. Not a big deal. And it's not like I have any pulmonary issues that are cigarette related, not as much as I could say that they would be
If you were a donut addict, have you switched
weed
to those?
related.
Because doesn't a lot of people quit smoking? They switch to eating a lot more because your taste buds come back too.
Oh, well, that would be nice.
Because they say that like smoking cigarettes, maybe smoking weed too to some degree, but I know smoking cigarettes, like it's supposed to mute your taste buds, so like you don't. So then when you stop smoking, you're like, I forgot things tasted this good, because you're no longer like muting your taste buds.
So I've heard. I haven't seen any evidence to support this.
Well, I mean, take it for the grain of salt. I've only smoked one cigarette in my entire life.
Okay.
So like, even if I've heard this thing, I'm not like in the know, because clearly I'm not fucking thinking about cigarettes every day of my life.
Right. No, I honestly smoke like a pack a week.
But
And not eat.
it seems like spliffs would be like a cool way for you to transition away from smoking cigarettes, and they're probably cheaper too.
I smoke 2 packs every other week, to be specific.
And that's what? So that's $40 every 2 weeks?
It's like more like 25 bucks every 2 weeks. So it's like $50 a month.
See, and if you can control it like that, and you're not constantly fearing that you're going to relapse and smoke a lot more, then it works for you, and I don't see any reason why. Like I said, you could probably find something like a spliff that you could min-max, but why?
I'd probably just spend that $50 on more weed.
That's what I mean. That like, or you could spend that $50 on a webcam for your stream and a lucha mask.
No, that means I would only have to quit for 2 weeks.
Oh, so you just have to time your quit? It doesn't have to be permanent.
If I wanted to buy something, I suppose I was out of my budget. But like, I'm only working on the weekends right now. If I had a second job, like I'm trying to get right now, I would be, rolling in the money.
Yeah, you gotta get to a place where you can start making decent money.
Because as soon as I start getting paid from this other job that I'm getting, I'm definitely going to start, buying all the things I need to get my stream going. Especially now that I can hook up my Vita. It's bro. It's over. We're going to the next level.
There's a bug in this game, Tyler.
Yes?
And it just happened. And the bug makes your fast pickaxe and your fast shovel disappear. And they cost money when this bug happens. So you have to buy new ones. And now it's forcing me to have to spend another $12,000 if I want to.
I mean, is that really a lot of money compared to the progress you've made?
You would think it's a lot of money, but I've been reinvesting all of my money into the business. So I don't have that much money unless I started selling machines or something.
So you'll be fine.
Oh. It says you.
I don't know, maybe.
I hope they patch this bug. I sent them an email and a bug report, and they said a whole bunch of other people had also been reporting it, so it stands to likely that it'll get fixed. You gotta remember, this game is in early access, so like it's still gonna have bugs, because like lots of games that are well on in years that aren't in early access, that are constantly in development, still have bugs.
I mean, that makes sense.
There is people right now who are like game developers who have spent their 12 years as a game developer just as bug fixers, not even like making new games or doing something exciting. Just going into games that are already made and fixing bugs that arise.
I hope they get paid good money.
I would say that I don't want to know how much they make, Because to them it's probably good money. To you, it's probably you or I would probably look at it like, what the fuck? You understand what I mean?
I hope they get paid a lot. I hope they get paid like a little too much. That's a very tedious job. It takes a lot of data analytics to go into it.
I bet you that they don't get paid. They don't feel like they get paid too much.
Right, but to us, we feel like they get paid too much.
I don't think that we would think that either.
Oh wow.
But I wouldn't say that they're poor or that they're not getting paid nice. I just have a feeling that if you're working for a big corporation, you're working for a big corporation, right? And their whole MO is, we got to make money with the games we sell, so they're going to try to min-max, and if they can get the developer for the cheapest rate, they're going to get them for a cheaper rate. Like, there might be exceptions, like GTA might have developers that are on their team a long time that they want to keep, where they're willing to pay them a lot of money. Yes, sure. But like, if you were to off the street go get a job at Blizzard to be a game developer, they're gonna try to get you for as less as possible. And then like, so okay, when you come in, they're gonna try to get you for the less because you're unproven. And if you've been there a while, they're gonna try to get you for less because they're like, well, you worked for less all these other years. Why wasn't it a problem then? Thinking that you'll just stay.
Makes sense.
I would not want to be a game tester. That job sounds like a nightmare job. Do you think you would be able to do something like that?
I used to be a game tester for Martell.
But what a game tester has to do is not only does he have to play the game, but you're given a section of the game, so you're gonna have to play that game 100 different ways, and then what you're trying to do is you're trying to see if you can break the game, and then you gotta you gotta be able to write it down in a way where he can look at that and say, I understand what he meant. So then you got that too. It's like there's a lot more to it than just playing the game. Because to be a good game tester, the dev has to understand what you meant so that he can recreate the bugs so we can figure it out. And then a really good game tester can write in code how you can fix it. Can look at the code and say, this is how you should have put the code. This will fix the issue. You're probably getting this error or this or this.
Here's what I had to do as a game tester for Martell. Yeah, I could choose whatever game, whatever console. I chose to go with the Super Nintendo because it's the one I grew up least familiar with and one that I'd always wish I'd had. So I went for that. Plus, he has a lot of games for Super Nintendo at the time, so I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna get this out of the way. I would have to play it for 10 minutes each, and then rate it from like 1 to 10. 10 being good. You know. Put up off page.
All right, I'm gonna have to exit here and come back in because that was kind of why it wasn't working. The bug that fixes the bug usually. You seen the new PFP I made, didn't you, Tyler?
Yep.
You like it?
Yeah, I like penguins. Like in my top 5 favorite animals.
That's cool.
Yeah, I like penguins.
That sort of came about because my username is like an ode to Penguin Zero and to penguins, because the whole thing was that when I started using this username, my favorite YouTuber was Penguin Zero. He still kind of is one of my favorite YouTubers. So I wanted a name that kind of owed it to him, and I thought Pengu owed it to him really well. But it was a double but it was a double whammy because my girlfriend likes penguins. So then it was both in one package, the name Pengu. And then what ended up happening was a whole bunch of people online would tell me, hey, Pengu, you're that TV show with the penguin, right? And then I had seen that show when I was a kid and I liked that show, so I was like, fuck it, newt newt, motherfuckers, I am that guy. Why not?
Hey. That's what's up.
I really do like how that that PFP came out. And I can probably show that on stream. Give me 1 second.
I think my PFP was something I thought that, like, if you knew who I was and you saw that picture, you could probably think that that was.
Yeah. I think I was just I got to the point where I needed my PFP to be something that I made rather than it being a photo I had found somewhere else. Like, I think I had ascended to where it had to at least be unique to me. And, like, I'm not a great graphic designer, so I built something with what I could and how I could. Because obviously, like, I'm not real good with all that. I'm still learning. But eventually, if you get big enough, you don't have to. But a real common thing that people will do is, they'll get to a point where they can just pay someone else to do it for them. You know what I mean? So, like, you'll do it long enough with the thing that you didn't create to where you can get to where you're like, I'm too big for that, I need my own, and you can just pay someone $100 to make you something. Because by then you're making money. But for me, I felt like I was at a good place where I should just make a graphic myself. Plus, I thought it would be more iconic. And even if it was shitty, it would be like that kind of fun little shitty, because we all know that even though it's not really good, the fact that I made it makes it funny. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I very much so don't know if I'm working tomorrow. I very much so think I probably will be. But if I wasn't, it looks like it might be a case where he doesn't tell me till the morning, which is fine as long as he tells me before I get there. That's all right. Like I said, you can be here whenever and we can hang out whenever. It is what it is. I might have the day off, or it might be a case of where I might not get back till 6, because for all I know I could go on a job that's like 3-4 hours away, because that just happens sometimes. Like, I could come into work tomorrow and find out that I'm working 3-4 hours away. Like, it's not common, but it does happen. It comes up occasionally. But the only reason that it's even a thought in my mind that I could not work tomorrow is because I've already missed 3 days this week out of 5. So it could be I missed the last 3 days and he's like, yeah, no work rest of the week. But he kept saying no work today and not saying no work, see you Monday or anything, so I probably will work tomorrow. It's just I won't know until the morning. Or it'll be a case of where a handful of people will work tomorrow, but he doesn't want to decide who it is until tomorrow. Like, he hasn't decided quite yet who's going to work and who isn't. Because this time of year is slow for for work that is affected by the weather, because it's oftentimes it's too wet or too cold. So then they also, like, a lot of jobs just won't get work ready for us. So then it's just slower generally this time of year. Hey, it's the Taco Man! Oh, I forgot I'd switched the overlay. We are talking about how I might have to work tomorrow. And how I hope I do work tomorrow. Because my work's very much so affected by the weather. So that's what I'm waffling on about, or however you put it. Have you ever heard that phrase before, Tyler?
Yeah. Very old one.
Taco Man is waffling an old term.
Ancient times. The Rafflecopter.
Oh, is that what that's from?
I suppose it's in relation.
Did you say waffling because of the Rafflecopter?
You talking to me?
No. He said he heard it a lot in England. Because you gotta remember that their slang is different than our slang sometimes.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Because they speak this different version of English. They just did the Illuminati symbol. I'm dead.
Where?
In the chat.
Oh my god.
Dead.
Bruh.
Bruh. I'm probably gonna get off the stream here at 5 o'clock. That'll be the 4-hour mark.
I've been with you the whole time, dog.
That's cool. It's a Rafflecopter, not a Wafflecopter. I can show you what that is. Give me 1 second and I'll pull it up on the stream. Alright, so if we go to this one. A Rafflecopter. Part of a series on LOL ASCII. A Rafflecopter is an internet slang term used as a superlative of the abbreviation rolling on the floor laughing, like the slang term roller skates. The Rafflecopter inspired a GIF animation of the ASCII helicopter with spinning raffle blades. According to the Urban Dictionary, submissions by user Brother Laz, the word Rafflecopter originated in a web forum for the I just lost my place. The word Rafflecopter originated in the web forum for the online strategy game Warcraft 3 as the slang term for the gyrocopter flying machine unit, which were often mass-produced by players for trolling purposes. On November 1st, 2004, the earliest known use of the term on the Gamers Warcraft 3 forum about strategies against various Warcraft 3 units was posted to user Stennis in a thread. A Wikipedia entry for Rafflecopter by user Gyru claims that the term originated on the Flash website Newgrounds, but does not provide a citation as evidence. I attached a new reply to my Rafflecopter thread in the reply forums. I figured out a while ago that the only thing NE has that counters Docs is Archer. Yeah, I don't speak Warcraft. I'm sorry.
Tell him.
It is a hyperbole. On March 30th, 2004, the single-serving site Rafflecopter.com was registered, which featured an animated GIF of the ASCII helicopter with the abbreviations Raffle and LOL as its blades. We can see if we can still find that, and if we can't, then we can go on the Wayback Machine. I don't want to have this domain. Let's see. Pull up the Internet Archive too. Close out of this. It is indeed hyperbole. So wait, we're in Internet Archive. We want to go to the Wayback Machine. Let's see if we can find RalphTheCopper.com there.
Do you think I could find my lost content when my Facebook got when my Facebook got taken down, I lost all my pictures and stuff.
You might be able to get a screenshot of the website, but not the pictures.
Dang.
And we found it. The Rafflecopter is still up on the Wayback Machine.
Go.
Have fun smelling my poops, bitches.
Have fun smelling my poops, bitches. Shut the fuck up, Rachel Tice.
Shut the fuck up, Ashley Cacciatorian.
No one's talking about Gossip Girl, Rachel Tice.
I love Gossip Girl.
Why don't you go eat another rolling boy like you did in the 3rd grade?
Man, her whole life got ruined in that one instant. Everything was going good. It was all good just a week ago.
I should somehow find a way to get the Rafflecopter to be a part of my stream. Don't you think that would be cool?
Fuck it, man. Go for it.
To get like a PNG Rafflecopter gift? To get a GIF, a transparent GIF on my screen at all times of the Rafflecopter? Or to have it come in during like a raid event? Oh man, you know... I know a couple of people, when they have a raid, they have airplanes come across the screen. Imagine it being a Rafflecopter announcing that I got raided.
Hilarious.
What do you think about that, Taco Man?
Taco Man. Does Taco Man even like tacos? That's a mystery, you know.
It's definitely no longer a mystery, but you can ask him, and he will tell us. I know the answer, but he might want to talk about it again. He has a complicated past with tacos.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Goodness.
My man. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna want to do that with that Rafflecopter, and I'm gonna ask if someone has that GIF, and then everyone's gonna be like, "Make it yourself, dude," or "Get it yourself." The way that you wanted that raw file, the raw metadata file, and they were like, "Get it yourself, dude."
No, they gave me the file.
You said, but you said that they sounded like they were aggravated about it.
Well, they just didn't want to get in trouble, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, it was actually an admin who gave me the file, because they didn't want to get in trouble with the admin. So that makes sense.
Yeah, because file sharing is very much so, like, it's not illegal per se, but it is illegal. So it's not illegal for one person to share files with 2 or 3 friends. That's expected and okay. They've said that's legal. But it becomes muddy when you start sharing it with random people online, because it is not legal for you to live stream a whole movie to people, but it would be legal for you to share it with a couple of friends, to go in your Discord chat and then with like 4 friends watch it. That's not illegal. But if you were all of a sudden you were watching it with 30,000 people, then it's illegal.
Yeah.
And for him, he's like, where does the line end? That rain really is coming down now. I see that Taco Man does not want to answer you about his complicated past with tacos.
Look, I could just accept that much.
Yeah,
I could be okay with just that little bit of information.
I agree. I'm also like seeing the number of viewers tick up, and I'm thinking, I wanted to get off at 5, but I couldn't justify getting off if there was a whole bunch of viewers in here.
How many viewers you got?
3 right now, but I remember the other day I went up to like 3 or 4, and then all of a sudden I got raided and there was like 15 people in my stream, and then I was like, I was supposed to get off, but I was like, I can't get off, I gotta stay on for longer. Put you in this like awkward place, you know?
You gotta, yeah, you have a responsibility.
It's just like, I gotta strike while the iron's hot, and if the iron's hot, I can't just like not strike, you know? It like feels wrong in a way.
That wrestling sometimes where they're like, dude, like go 5 more minutes, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure that it's like in wrestling, like you could be doing a show right now, but something happens in your life and you might want to go do it. But like if you don't take that moment, you're never gonna have that career, and you might miss out on being in like the WWE. Like that probably comes up.
Did you Mark recently put the movie The Iron Claw on Yet TV.
Oh, like he premiered it to everyone?
I mean, we were gonna watch it, so like, you know.
I didn't see it then. I don't watch Yet TV every day. If I had another device that I could just leave on quiet in the background, I would have Yet TV on all the time, but I don't yet.
I feel that.
Buy me a little 4x3 monitor, or buy me a CRT, and then I'll consider it.
I wish.
Yeah, I'm sure that if you could afford a TV for me, you would probably get yourself some stuff.
Yeah. Okay. 3. Make 3 and 7.
All right, we are making a lot of progress with this road. But every time we make a dump, we get a little further away. Every time we dig a little farther away, it makes this run even farther. We get a lot of travel time in this machine, Tyler.
I'm mixing chemicals.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm trying to like come up with an anti-agent for a mutant plant that's taken over the greenhouse.
I see.
Yeah, nasty stuff.
One thing that I'm learning to value more than just having a certain number of live viewers, Tyler, at one given time, is keeping track of how many viewers total you've had that come into any amount of the stream. You know what I mean? Because it'll tell you the total number of viewers, even if they only watched for a second. And I think that information is just as valuable as how many people you kept captivated for how long.
Look at me go. I'm doing it.
The Rafflecopter, eh? One second. All right.
One of the cooler things I like about being able to Vita to stream things is that I have a fast forward feature.
Oh, you do? Oh, so it's like using an emulator.
Yeah, it is an emulator.
Yeah. You're like, what do you mean? It's like using an emulator, you doofus.
Is an emulator, yeah. It's not like you won't be a part of Facebook. You're not a part of Facebook. Oh
Yeah,
shit!
I don't understand Facebook. The culture on Facebook just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, that was in the movie. Oh shit! Okay.
Was that in the Social Network or whatever it's called?
Yeah. Justin Timberlake's character. Total
Yeah, when
dick.
he plays the guy from Napster who's a piece of shit.
Total piece.
And he sells it like that guy is kind of like that. Like he thinks he's like a hot shit because he made a company that got taken down by the United States government. Like he thinks he's the coolest guy in the world. He's like, "When you will never do that," and he's right. I probably never will do that.
I got him. Fucking smoked his punk bitch ass. Yeah, but big deal. Like, humble yourself, bro.
He probably has sense. That was a long time ago, right?
I don't know.
That
Some people
movie's
never
like 10 years old, and then they're talking about stuff from like they were making fun of stuff from 2005. So 2005 is almost 20 years ago. I'm sure he could have been humbled by now. It's definitely possible.
One can only hope.
Crazy.
Exactly.
You've been talking about mushrooms a lot lately.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been, experimenting for a while. Since
And
I've
you've
been
never
here.
once said, "Hey buddy, you want to do this together?"
Because I didn't know you wanted to, but now I do. I was thinking of.
Well, no, it's not like that. It's like an occasion where it's like impolite to ask, right? Like you're supposed to offer.
Yeah, I thought it would be impolite to ask because I didn't think you did that. But now that I know what you do, it's different. But tomorrow, I'm gonna be coming over with something.
All right. We just got to keep in mind that well, I don't know what we have to keep in mind. I don't know where I was going with that.
Oh, okay, cool.
It seems we have lost Taco Man.
All of your taco are now belong to us.
He's called Taco Man because he named his he has a pet tortoise and he named him Taco.
Okay. But he had one.
What?
Where's the tortoise now?
He still has it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I like Taco Man. He's been pretty chill. He's been around for a while. He's the first person I gave VIP perks on my stream.
What does that mean?
Yesterday I hit enough analytic metrics that they gave me access to VIP perks, so it means that I can give him special things. And while I haven't done anything like that yet because I have to figure all that out, it's still, I was able to give him VIP, so right now it still tells everyone, hey, I'm the VIP motherfucker. Look at me. So like he gets that out of it, knowing he's special.
Can't be serious right now.
Someone told me
That That you had a boyfriend that
No,
looked like a girl?
that it's better to play in third person because this frame rate is kind of off. So when you're playing in the cab, it's nauseating for the viewers.
Gotcha.
So they said that it's probably holding my content back, but at the same time, I feel like more immersed in the game when I'm in first person. Because it makes me feel like I'm the guy in that's driving the machine. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I can't bring myself to not play in first person, but I know two things. One, the game's in early access, so someday it'll get better and it'll be nicer in here. And two, it don't matter, or I need to stream for me, not for everyone else.
Very important.
I am probably going to be getting off here in 10 minutes or so, 13 minutes.
13 minutes.
Yeah, at 5 o'clock.
Gotta stay true to your
Yeah.
commitment.
I think we had a pretty good stream. I know I'm definitely going to average lower than 3 this stream. I was up to like 4 or 5 people for a little while, but I didn't hold anyone for a great deal of time today. Twitch has this problem where people think that they're helping by lurking. So then what happens is you get a whole bunch of dead viewers that don't help. And then what happens is more people are watching content without watching it than actually interacting. And then what happens is no one really knows how their content's growing. It's like really confusing. Like it's good and bad. It's like this double-edged sword.
Your fault. Is you crazy? We're staying here all lit up dead.
We have to complete this mission. If we escape or stay in Lodo, people
And I kind of wouldn't like be opposed to going to like YouTube as a different platform. When I can get to a place where I can afford internet where I can stream to both at the same time, then I would probably consider it.
That'd be sweet.
But I don't have fast enough internet, and I can't justify spending more money on internet right now. So, unless the stream takes off and it can pay for it, I'm not gonna stream on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. One thing at a time.
Yeah. Plus, it's good I'm learning this platform, and when I get to where I know it a little better, then I'll be able to decide, well, do I want to go to do YouTube next, and we'll see, because certainly not, there's a lot of creators who don't only make content on Twitch, so that's definitely a thing that can be done. I think YouTube's a better platform overall, but I think that Twitch is a better place to start off on.
What was the first one you said? YouTube?
Yeah, because YouTube has streaming too. It's just YouTube's discoverability is different. So unless you're making videos, it's hard to get discovered on streaming on YouTube is the thing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be a streamer. I don't want to be a YouTuber. Like I wouldn't be opposed to being both, but I like the stream is definitely my thing. The live broadcast is what I'm about.
Since I'm finally back to the furthest I've been, if that makes sense.
And your Resident Evil game?
Yeah. Because I died yesterday, like I got one-shotted, but I never had a chance yesterday to like save because you need an ink ribbon, but they kind of make them a little more scarce in the beta. So like, so I'm finally back to where I was. Long story short.
That's cool.
And I think we'll end around at the same time.
Ah, you're streaming still too?
No, boy. By the time you're done streaming, I'll be back to where I was.
Ah. I think that we got a lot done today though on stream, and I think that this was cool. I understand that I'm still growing a lot, so there's gonna be a lot of ups and downs as I figure it out.
Of course.
I can't expect every stream to be do really well. But as long as I see growth every time someone clicks that follow button, I'm one closer to, because it's one more person that might see my stream and want to stop in for a little bit. And I'm up to 77, which is crazy. Okay, just Anna. Oh, wow. That's crazy. I'm gonna show this on the stream. If I go over to here, and we go to this screen, we can see Anna. And if we scroll to the top, they said hey to me because we had a mutual server. How are you doing? And I said I'm doing good. And I said I'm ASCII art. And they were like, glad to hear. I don't know what that is. And I said ASCII art. And then they immediately went into how they're a professional graphic designer and they were trying to sell me stuff. And so then I was just like, and then I looked and their account said that they created it in December 22nd, 2023. So it's a young account. And then I was just looking through and these all look like generic graphics, like they pulled them off a website. And then it says, hey, did you look? And I said, how's it going? And they said, good, you? And then they were just like trying to get me to go back to talking about it because they were saying they ran really good discounts. So I invited my Discord server and got them to go in. And then I said, oop, things are good. How about yourself? And then they kept trying to sell me it. And I said, you can make fan art, but I don't pay for fan art. And they said, well, don't worry. Money's not an issue. And then I was like, okay, well, then you can make the art. I don't expect me to pay for anything. And they were like, all my work is paid. And I'm like, I'm not interested. And you get banned from my Discord if you don't chat with people and introduce yourself. So I said, okay, sure, you can do that. And they said, hey, in the Discord. And then they never said another thing. And then I changed the name in Discord to Anna, potential scammer. And they got really upset. And then they were like, can you change my name? And I said, I can't. Your name is Anna. You chose that. I can't name you Bob. Your name is Anna. I didn't get to pick it. And they were like, just Anna is fine. So my last message was, okay, just Anna. How's it going? Just Anna. Their name is a superintendent. What is it? Not superintendent, but cabinet member, not sure. Secretary of the Treasury, not sure. We gotta figure out who I'm gonna raid tonight. There's a lot of people online right now. We're gonna raid Marcus tonight. And I think that we're gonna end the stream here soon. We're gonna raid over to Marcus. I had a real good stream today. I streamed for just over 4 hours. I think we got to do a decent amount of things. Whoa. Yeah.